Good morning, everyone. Let's start the first workshop for promotion of the editor in 2020. I'm Hyung-Soon Kim, an emeritus professor at Inha University. It's my great pleasure to be chair at this workshop today. Today's workshop is intended to promote editorial competence of the Asian researchers and the young scientists. This workshop is live streaming on YouTube, NAVER TV, and kakaoTV to help prevent the spread of the COVID-19. You can search for Hanguk Kwachong in Korean characters on those platforms to watch the workshop. If you post a question or live chat, we'll respond to it after each presentation. Next, KOFST President Lee Woo-il will give a welcoming message, please.
Good morning. I am Woo-il Lee, President of the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies. I'd like to welcome all of you to the first workshop for the promotion of the editors in 2020, which is held online. KOFST is striving to internationalize the level of journal editing and to strengthen the capacity of journal publishing through the education of journal editors in the field of science and technology in Korea. Although we are under difficult circumstances due to COVID-19, we managed to hold the workshop successfully until the fourth round by switching to online. The success is in no small part due to the help from excellent speakers and the enthusiastic participation of the audience. This workshop aims at promoting the understanding of the basics of journal editing practice for foreign scholars and researchers living in Korea as well as Korean researchers. Since Korean journals are representative academic journals in Asia, many manuscripts are from Asian countries. We prepared a workshop like today to improve the quality of contributions and to promote the development of domestic academic journals through cooperation among the journal editors and scholars in Asia. I wish you all the best and host the participants and kindly ask you for more interest and participation in workshops next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the message. Before starting, let me briefly explain today's workshop schedule. Soon, Professor Ha Jung-gyu will give a presentation on the subject of the role of the editor for the first lecture. And Professor Park Jae-gyun will present the second lecture on peer review. After the lecture on digital publishing for editors by Professor Kim Gi-hong, the morning session will be over. And there will be lunch time. Today, we have a total 8 lectures. Now, Professor Ha Jung-gyu will give a lecture on the role of editor. He's an emeritus professor of the Seoul National University, and also currently, he's in charge of the Asian Australian the Journal of Animal Science as editor-in-chief. Professor Ha, please.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Kim, for your nice introduction, and thanks to the Korean Federation of Science and Technology Societies for invitation. Good morning. I'm very pleased to share with you the role of the editors for scientific journals this morning with you. And this is what I intend to discuss with you. I will give you brief introduction to myself and my journal, and then move to the main topic, editor roles. I'm an animal scientist by training, and I'm also a professor emeritus at Seoul National University. And currently, I am the editor-in-chief of Asian Australian Journal of Animal Science. It is better known as AJAS or AJAS. This journal launched in 1988, which means we have about 33 years history. It was founded by late Professor In-K Han. We publish around 230, 240 papers per year out of 1,000 submitted papers. the AJAS is indexed by most of the international databases. Like many other international journals, China is the main contributor in terms of the submission, comprising almost 1/3 of the annual submission to our journal, followed by Korea. We used to have a lot of paper coming from Asian countries, especially Japan and India, but now we have non-Asian countries like Brazil, Turkey, and Poland, one of the major top 10 submitting countries. You will see here who is working for AJAS. I am an editor-in-chief. We have a co-editor-in-chief and also deputy editor-in-chief. We have 29 associate editors, and also we have 110 editorial members. We have 2 full-time staff working for general manuscript handling and manuscript editing. Okay, moving to the main topic of today, the role of the editors. Many people are actually involved in the publication of a journal. Of the many people, I think that the key person is editor-in-chief. The editor-in-chief is also known as the lead editor, chief editor, main editor, or simply editor. It depends on the journals. The person is a leader of the editorial team who has final responsibility for journal's content, operations, and policies. Since the EIC is a very important position, he can do many important tasks also. He can make a final decision on the acceptance and publication of the manuscript, and also he can prepare aims and scopes and also developmental plans. He is allowed to form an editorial board, and he is responsible for the invitation of the reviewers, and also he can hire staffs. But also EIC has a big responsibility, as you see here. One of the most important responsibility of EIC is on-time publication of journals. The second responsibility is to maintaining journal reputation through invitation of the quality papers. Also, EIC is supposed to apply ethical principles throughout the publication process. Especially authors, reviewers, and editors can be a target of ethical principle application. Since this afternoon we will have excellent presentation by Professor Yoon on ethical problems, so I will not go detail today here. So who can be a EIC? Who is the best person to become a EIC? From my experience, I think the person should have enough knowledge on the journal's subject. If he has a degree on the subject, it's fine. And also he should have some experience in the publication of the research papers in that area. If he has some experience in manuscript handling, such as reviewers or editorial members, I think that could be very good asset for the EIC. And the second one is dedication and accessibility. I think EIC should be able to give priority, his priority to journal work. He should be able to spare some time and be willing to work for the journals. And if he is fair and he has a leadership, I think those characteristics could be a good asset to become a EIC. One of the important role of the editor is handling manuscript. It should oversee this process efficiently. The goal should be to provide fair and fast decision on the suitability of the submitted manuscript. To do that, EIC is supposed to check constantly and send remindings, so forth. So this is an outline of the manuscript handling procedure. The outline can be simpler or can be a much more complicated than this one, but I think the principle is the same. Okay, submission to the publication. So the first step is a preliminary screening or editorial evaluation. This is adapted by most of the journals. And this is the main purpose of this one is to reduce the number of the papers going to the reviewers, because it is very difficult to find enough number of reviewers these days. And also this process can be a quality control process. Some poor papers can survive the review process so that you can cut off those kind of poor papers through this editorial evaluation. Peer review, as we know, is a very important step for the quality of the manuscript. And we ask 2 to 4 peers to look at the manuscript, hoping that they will give you a report with the unbiased, constructive, evidence-based criticism. But as you understand, reviewers do not make a decision. The final decision will be made by the editors, section editor, or EIC. Once the papers survive the revision process, review process, and then those papers will go through several rounds of the revision, so through which the quality of the papers can be improved. The second item I'd like to discuss as a role of editor is human resource management. The target should be invite the best individuals and let them work together as a team. The first group is associate editors. They are working very closely with the EIC, and also they play very important roles in manuscript handling. So they try to select associate editor from proven experts. Okay, second group is editorial board. As you know, the editorial board is an advisory group to EIC, but they also do review manuscript, recruit manuscript, or sometimes they submit a manuscript to your journal. So they are very important. So try to keep the members as broad as possible. And if you find a person from the very well-known group, you might be very lucky. So it is important to keep the board members productive. So to do that, you try to keep constant communication with board members through meetings, SNS, or even direct communication. Review reports is, as I said, is quite important for your journal because they give you a very big influence on manuscript turnaround time, article quality, and also the journal reputation. So try to maintain as many reviewers as possible from diverse regions. As I said, it is very difficult to find the reviewers, especially good reviewers. So, for instance, the reviewers we like to see is coming from the very well-known group, but the big guys, the well-known persons, they are too busy. They are not willing to spend time to review your journal. So we have to look at different groups, such as young scientists, postdocs, or frequently submitting authors to your journal. Some people say the authors recommend the reviewers, but from my experience, that probably is not very good choice. Reviewers, as I said, are not always good ones. Sometimes they never respond. Sometimes they are very insincere. They give you minimum actions. They reply with only 1 or 2 lines. So what we like to see is this type of the review response. Okay, reviewers giving you an unbiased evaluation, polite expression, upgrading content, a clear and detailed comment, and also most important thing is keep time. If you give 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then you like to see reviewers to submit their report in time. Reviewers, they are not most of the time recognized for their work. So journals try to compensate, recognize them with some other things such as a cash, gift, or free journal, or publication fee, exemptions. But the AJS do just publish their names and acknowledge their service once a year in the journal. And we also select a few best reviewers and recognize them with a pre-coup. The authors is the other group you have to consider important. You cannot think about journal publication without authors, because the authors contribute to your journal via submission, manuscript submission, or journal manuscript submission and journal subscription. And some of the authors are also the members of the review group, and also they are members of your editorial board committee, so that they are very important. So we try to do as many things as possible to the authors. So what we can do is provide submission system, easy, user-friendly submission system, and also try to provide easy to use, easy to understand guideline for manuscript preparation, and also give minimum turnaround time. So authors always like to have answer from the journal as soon as possible, so that you have a very short turnaround time. That could be very strong point of your journal. And also, authors like to see the reviewer comment with a constructive, fair, and science-based expert reviewer comment. So you try to do that, and then that is kind of the service to authors. To recognize good, excellent the authors, the AJAS has a one program of the Outstanding Research Award. We select one paper, and we recognize the major author of that specific paper once a year with some cash prize and also plaque. And also, authors should follow the principles of the journal. Some of the authors do not read the instruction to authors. So authors are supposed to read and follow the principles of the journal before they are submitting their journals, their papers. And also, the authors are supposed to follow and observe the ethical principles of the journal. And then I put a few things here, down there. The third one is the understanding journal metrics. So EIC is supposed to keep track of major metrics of each journal and try to identify journal strong and weak points. So why you need to check metrics of your journals? You need to check the metrics to understand where you are stand and the current situation in your journal, and based on the situation, you can develop a future plan of your journal. And also, if you have the metrics, when you talk to the people, for instance, editorial board members, publisher, sponsors, or advertisers, authors, that you can use those metrics to persuade them. And also, when you need some benchmarking from other journals, you can use the matrix to compare those of other journals. And also, if you have done something to develop your journal, to change, let's say you made some changes, like a journal name change, and you like to see what effect that might be. So you can see with the matrix the changes or trends after any intervention. So these are some of the metrics, important metrics. For instance, you may see here submission, acceptance, submission and acceptance rejection rate is important metrics, and also the time from submission to the first decision, publication, and those are also important metrics. Of course, the impact factor is one of the most important metrics. Okay, let's look at the impact factor of the journal. Impact factor, everybody know how it's calculated. This is simply average annual citation per article. But impact factor is important because it influences the submission, subscription, submission, and reputation of your journal. So all of the EIC is very keen to the impact factor trend. So they try to whatever they can do to improve impact factor, but some of the measures they are taking are not ethical, some ethical. So I put some ethical ways of improving impact factor of your journal up there. But unethical ones, you can see here, if you ask authors to cite your journal directly, it is not ethical way of improving impact factor. Or you provide cash or other reward for citation, that is not a legal way, I mean a ethical way. And making a cartel, collaborate with the editors from related other journals, that is an ethical way of improving impact factor. So we have to consider this kind of practice is not ethical. There are several other parameters which can show the standards, quality standard of the journals, 5-year impact factor and so forth. So you can just look here. Okay, the last subject I'd like to discuss with you is journal development plan. Okay, to develop the plan, the first step is to know yourself, to assess the current situation of your journal. So how the subscription, how the submission is, how the time line you have. And then the second one is to identify the problems or identify the area you need some improvement. You can compare your data with the other journals, and then go to the third. Go to the third step to make a kind of the plan to tackle those key areas, problems. Okay, this is one example of the AJAS. We had an initiative called AJAS 2020 program. It started from year 2013 and ending this year. This is actually a 7-year program. We set the mission here, vision, and the goals. The goal was become a top 30% journal in animal science with higher than 2.0 impact factor. That was a kind of the goal. And then to achieve the goal, we set 4 different categories of categories here, strategies. So the first one, for example, was journals exposure and citation frequency. So within this one, to achieve this the goal, so what we thought was we should become an open access journal, and we should have XML version of the articles, and also we need more coverage by different international database indexing companies and so forth. So as you see here, we had the 4 different categories of strategies. Okay, after 7 years, you can see the whole program assessment. You can see left-hand side, the 4 different categories, and then next column you see the target, and then the third column, the values at the starting point, and the last column is the achievement we made. We didn't quite successful in achieving impact factor of 2. But except the 2-year impact factor, we accomplished all of the target, the goals. So we are quite happy with this result. So we thought that we set up another 5-year initiative. So what we call AJAS 2025 program, starting from next year, ending year 2025. The goal is to become a top 25% Q1 journal in the animal science area with higher than 2.5 impact factor in year 2025, what we call 225 program. So one of the component of this program is the change of the name of the journal. So the current one is quite okay. Many people know AJAS. They may not know Asian Australian Journal of Animal Science. It's too long. But many people now recognize AJAS as international journals. But we thought, okay, this is about time to change our name to have a better journal brand identity. So we like to change to Animal Bioscience from next year, January. So this is one component of the 5-year program. So what I try to say is EIC supposed to provide the clear vision to the team and lead the team towards the goal which set by you. Okay, this is about what I like to discuss with you this morning. Once again, I thank you very much for your invitation. And I also like to say good luck to all scientific journals in Asia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ha. Well, the time is very short time. However, you have touched the whole scope for the journal, the editors. I remember that you have talked about the journal, the editor's responsibility, role of responsibility, what they should do. Though also you have touched the strategy for the journal, the development. It's quite exciting. Today's program is a very special program. The KOFST organized very special program for the Asian scientists. So from your talk, please give me some information about training or educational opportunity, the journal editing, and the publication for Asian scientists, of course, including the Korean scientists, but assuming that our today's audience, a lot of from the Asian scientists. So could you give me some your invaluable comment, because you are wonderful experience in editing and publication, please.
Well, I think we have very good organizations which can provide good opportunity of workshop, training, and conference in Asia. What we call Council of Asian Science Editors, which was founded 6 years ago. Actually, we have the president of that organization as a chairperson today. I'm quite pleased to see you here. Yes, we have very good education and training opportunity to Asian editors, together with some other Korean organizations such as Korean Council of Science Editors. That is good one also. And also KOFST is one of the organizations which regularly provide conferences like today's one. And if you look at some other continents, We have Council of Science Editors in US, and we have European Association of Science Editors in Europe. But since CASE, Council of Science Editors, located in Asia, I think you should try to make use this organization as a means of training or workshop experience.
I see. Okay. Thank you. I think maybe we have a lot of some question from the audience and also some other source. This is the last question to the speaker. More practical, some the question. You have mentioned that inviting the high quality paper is the best way to improve the citation, the frequency of the journal. You talk about that. Do you have any suggestion on how to invite the high quality paper to our journals? I think this is quite common the task. So could you give me some comment, please? Advice, yes, please.
Well, actually, it is not very easy, especially if your journal is small, local ones. It's almost impossible to invite a good paper from internationally well-known scientists. So the practical way I may suggest is try to publish special issue on hot topics or current hot topics. And also try to use international conference. You go to the international conference and speak with some important persons personally and try to persuade for them to send their papers, reviewers to you. It will take some time to have those kind of the good quality paper for the small journals. That's what I think.
Right, okay. Thank you so much for your comment and also your wonderful your experience. I mean, your wisdom. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next session. Let's invite Professor Park Jae-gyun to hear about the peer review. He's a professor from the Dankook University. He was a former editorial board member of the International Journal of the Concrete Structure and Materials. So, Professor Park.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Today, I'd like to talk about peer review system briefly, and I just found that my presentation is a little bit deals with the same topic with Professor Ha, but in some different aspect. So I think it will help a little bit too. And because I'm not a very good speaker on air, especially, so my apology is that I prepared the presentation beforehand. So I'll just play it now, and then we'll have some QA session later. Thank you. Hi, this is Jae-gyun Park from Dankook University. Today, I'll talk about peer review. And actually, I've been an editor for several journals for around 10 years, but I didn't learn about the whole system yet. So it is really my honor to be invited as a speaker in this workshop, but I was not prepared well, so I decided to have a chance to learn about peer review system. So I just learned a little bit. So I tried to cover every aspect of peer review, but it should be not that in deep, so please understand this situation. Thank you. So, as an intro, I'd like to talk about my personal experience first. As I said, I worked for 10 years as an editor for 2 Korean international journals. And one was the Korean Civil Engineering Society, and I'll show it later. I'll show it. And one time I could not find a appropriate reviewer in my pool at the time. So what I did was I Googled using the title of the submitted paper, and I found one researcher and I sent him email asking about the reviewer, and he agreed to review. And then he found plagiarism in that paper because he knew the original author. So we were so lucky. And then we rejected the paper right away. And later we found more plagiarisms in already published papers of the same Korean author. And he was eliminated from the society for good. It was kind of tragedy, but at the same time, I was quite relieved to find that we anyway found out the plagiarism, and then we prevent something wrong, right? So I learned that the peer review system is quite important, and we need to work hard to prevent something like that. So let's talk about the peer review itself. Peer review refers to a process used for evaluating published academic work by expert colleagues. So the reviewer should be expert in that area. That is quite important issue. And okay, we go to some why section. Why we need peer review. So in this question, why, I don't think there's a definite answer for this. So I just found one clue in the Elsevier site with 5 reasons why peer review matters. And that makes sense, so I introduce it here. So why peer review? Why we need peer review? We have some time to reflect on those academic work. So that is appropriate or not, and good enough or not, something like that. We need time to reflect. Second reason is we can improve the research quality by revision, right? So I'm sorry. Yeah, so it is peer review is quite important because the author can do the revise. And the third one was understanding our ethical responsibilities as researchers. Researchers including the author and reviewers. And also it's a good training as a reviewer because the reviewer learns how to make a good critical judgment about the academic work. And the final one is through all these courses, we are helping each other, actually. So the author can be a reviewer later, a reviewer can be an author later, and so we are helping each other. And all these reasons are quite reasonable. So it's one opinion, but that makes sense, I guess. Then next question is how to review. So the current peer review system consists of, I think, those 5 elements. The first one is author, second one editor, the third one managing system, the fourth is reviewer, and the fifth is reader. And for a paper published and goes to the reader, and we need all those 5 elements. So I try to go in deep for each one of them. Okay, let's look at the author first. The roles and responsibilities of the author is author writes a paper which initiates the whole peer review process. Author wants other researchers to know author's original and contributing work and to get feedback through citations. Let's a little go further about the author. Author should follow manuscript guidelines in terms of format, ethics, law, and language. A format includes journal-specific formats, and for some cases they require text script, and word format, etc. And in terms of ethics, plagiarism, adding or deleting co-authors, and the ownership of the paper, something like that. And the ownership is related to more like law. So in law aspects, the original work, it is original or not, and there is agreement. Is there agreement between co-authors, something like that? And about the language, in general, English with correct diction, syntax, grammar, etc. is important. So authors easily find journal-specific guidelines. So I found one example. So you can see that for all journals, they have the page showing manuscript submission guidelines. So I think this is a author's responsibility. Let's go to the editor part. Editor controls the whole process. Important. Controls the whole process. Editor checks if managing system is working right. And especially editor-in-chief makes the final decision based on the results of peer reviews. In many cases, editor selects reviewers. In special cases, editor becomes reviewers. And I don't think that cases is common, but exists. Let's go to the managing system. The managing system includes the reviewing method. The reviewing method is included in this system. The managing system collects paper and publishes it via peer review. It mainly consists of websites with many functions. One of the most famous commercial one is Scholar One. But this time, instead of Scholar One, I'm showing the managing system I'm using. It is the Korean Journal of Civil Engineering. And currently I take part in as a reviewer, and I already completed my 24 assignments. And it includes all the functions for the publishing. And this system is supplied by Elsevier. No, sorry. For this case, this is Springer. Yeah, Springer. So you will find a lot, several sites like this, and will be familiar with it when you start editing or becoming reviewer. Then you will be familiar with this system. Okay, this system includes several review methods, may be determined by the journal itself. So it is very rare, but main editor peer review, I think this is quite old one, and these days it is not that common, but it existed anyway. So only editors peer review. And then the second one is single blind peer review. In this case, only reviewers know the author, and author doesn't know about reviewers. And the third one is the most common one currently, double-blind peer review. It is the system that both reviewer and author are blind to both directions. And I think that this is kind of safe, so most journals use this system. And recently, these three systems developed. So first one is open peer review, and it is open to both directions. And collaborative peer review here. And in this system, reviewer and author collaborate. It's quite advanced. I mean, new one, I mean. And third-party peer review, in this case, we use an independent service for the review itself. And the last one is post-publication peer review. It is quite new concept, and it appeared recently. So I'd like to explain a little bit more about this post-publication peer review. Okay, let's see. Post-publication peer review is in this system, author submits a preprint, and it is open to everyone for discussion. And a peer review process starts by the editor afterwards. But it doesn't mean that editor review the paper. Editor starts the system, peer review system. And one of the most famous one is F1000 research. And I captured the page here. F1000 research page is showing, it shows their system. So the author submit the article first, and rapid publication in as few as 14 days. So in 2 weeks, it is published anyway. Then open peer review and user commenting starts. And then article revision occurs. And then open peer review continues until it's all done. So this is kind of new one that post peer review system. Okay. Now, go to the reviewer section. Reviewer is the most important role, and let's see the roles of reviewer first. The first role of reviewer is ensure the integrity of scholarly record. The second role is peer review is based on trust ethical decisions. The final one, the most important contributor in the peer review process. Actually, this is my personal opinion, but still I think the reviewer is the most important role in this peer review process. So let's see the responsibility of reviewers in deep toward authors. Review provide written, unbiased, constructive feedback in a timely manner on the scholarly merits and the scientific value of the work, together with documented basis for the reviewer's opinion. Indicating whether the writing is clear, concise, and relevant, and rating the work's composition, scientific accuracy, originality, and interest to the journal's readers. And avoiding personal comments or criticism. The final one, maintaining the confidentiality of the review process, not sharing, discussing with third parties, or disclosing information from the reviewed paper. So we should keep secret. Okay. Let's look at the responsibility of reviewer toward editors. Reviewer should notify the editor immediately if he or she is unable to review in a timely manner, and if possible, provide the names of alternative reviewers. It should really help relieve editors. And alert the editor about any potential personal, financial, or perceived conflict of interest. The conflict of interest is quite an issue these days. And in this case, if it happens, then the reviewer should decline to review when a conflict exists. The third one, complying with the editor's written instructions on the journal's expectations for the scope, content, and quality of the review. Providing a thoughtful, fair, constructive, and informative critique of the submitted work, which may include supplementary material provided to the journal by the author. So, reviewer is really important, and so many responsibilities. It's a lot. So to become a reviewer is quite a burden, I think. Let's see how to select reviewers. Many journals have their own database. So basically it is database based. And generally editors select reviewers, and then that selection process considers conflict of interest. So if editors think there's some conflict of interest, then that reviewer cannot be picked. But in general, editors cannot know that one specific reviewer have conflict of interest or not. So in that case, reviewer himself or herself should comment on this to editors. And there should be bias, and editors should try to prevent bias. So editor should have the screening technique about bias. Okay, let's go to the ethics part of reviewer. Reviewers should have confidentiality, keep secret, and reviewer should be constructive critic. The critic is okay, but it should be constructive. That's hard. And should have competence. And reviewer should have impartiality and integrity. And in case of conflict of interest, he should disclose. And my personal idea is the timeliness and responsiveness is very important. Yeah. Editors and authors should be very thankful when a reviewer is timeliness and responsiveness he has. Okay. Then about reviewers, there are several problems. The first one is overworked. A frequent or a good reviewer means accepts the reviewer requests frequently. In that case, he or she should averagely spend around 5 hours per one paper, and a good reviewer takes a lot of work, a lot of reviews. So he or she should overwork. And in some cases, for that area of the submitted paper, the reviewer can be underprepared. Always possible. And reviewers are not always consistent. For the same situation, he can give different answers. So, because reviewers are human beings, so it's always possible. And some conservative reviewers inhibit innovations. And because he's or she is human being, may be biased. So it's very hard to select a good reviewer, or very hard to become a good reviewer. And let's think about the rewarding part of reviewer. In older times, the public announcement of the name of the reviewer was kind of rewarding. But these days, general data protection regulations is established, and public announcement is not a reward anymore for more people. So in that case, as an alternative one, there's some journals with reviewer recognition program. Actually, I don't know in detail, but maybe reviewer gets some points in that journal and will have some reward when the point increases. But still, I think it is not enough. So this is question. Reviewing is not an easy work, and the reward is still very weak. And the most best situation is the rewarding and hard work is at least at the same level. Then many researchers and experts will likely to have these review opportunities. So yeah, that's a hard question actually. Let's go to the reader part. Reader is the final destination of research papers. And active comment for the post-peer review system is required. And any reader can find plagiarism and communicate with the editor about this. It is our duty, actually. So, overall, we look through all the components of peer review system. It is not in deep, it's kind of shallow, and yeah, I'm sorry for that. And here I try to finalize with closing summary. Peer review system is evolving towards open post-review system. I'm not saying this is the right direction or not. I'm just saying this open and peer review system is kind of new one, and still percentage is not that high, but increasing. And the editor controls the whole system, and one should be well prepared to publish paper efficiently. Yeah, I stress on this well prepared. Editor, every editor should be well prepared. Third one, review plays a key role in the process, and one needs to be also well prepared, and reward should follow accordingly. Yeah, I have stress on reward part. And readers are required to actively take part in the peer review process. Sorry, my phone is malfunctioning. Readers are required to actively take part in the peer review process for the post-peer review system. And all these contents are referenced from these presentations. So the first one is historical view of peer review system. It's publishing ethics online workshop of Korean Council of Science Editors. It was a recent workshop. And the second one is differential peer review system, pros and cons. And the third one is reviewer roles and responsibilities. So that's in the same workshop. The fourth one is COPE, ethical guidelines for peer reviewers. And you can see or you can read all these presentations in this site, and it is accessible to everyone. You can see that these 4 papers deals with the peer review system in different aspects. So I'm sure these will give you a more deep insight about the peer review system. Yeah, so I'm not that kind of expert about this peer review system, so I'm sorry for that. And I hope, but my contents could be delivered without big problem. Okay, yeah. Thank you for listening, and thank you for my invitation to this workshop. Thank you.
Professor Park, thank you so much for your hard talk. Yeah, peer review is very, very difficult. Yeah, it's time consuming. Yes, I have a couple of the question. Let me say the first. Yes, I heard that there is a called triple blind review system. Okay. What is the difference to the double blind and the triple blind system? Because I'm a scientist, I'm an engineer. Okay, you have introduced some new, some unfamiliar terminology for us. So yeah, I'm quite curious about the difference, the double blind and the triple blind system. Could you say, yeah. Please?
The triple blind system is different from the double blind for one thing. In the triple blind case, the system eliminates the author's name from the beginning. So even editors doesn't know the name of the author. So that's the triple blind.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. So everyone understand the meaning of the difference, the point. Okay. The second question, also some of the terminology. Okay. Yeah. Could you clarify the difference between the open peer review, and a collaborative peer review, open peer review, and a collaborative peer review?
Okay. Open peer review only refers to it's open for both directions, so they know each other. So reviewer knows who is the author, and author knows who's my reviewer, but they don't communicate. That's just open. And the collaborative one is the reviewer writes some opinion before something is decided. So with the opinion, the author revised their paper and so on. So it's going on before something is decided. That's, I think, the difference.
Oh, I see. Okay. The last question, regarding the peer review, could you give some comment, advice for young scientists and also postdoctor? There are a number of the postdoctor fellows from the Asia country in Korea at the moment who want to be good editor in review in the future. So maybe the practical at some point. Could you give any advice? Some in terms of some education or some other things.
Actually, that's the hardest question. But as a really young researcher, I think, as I said, it really takes time. So they say it takes around 5 hours per paper, and young researchers think it's just time-consuming work and it's not related to my paper, so they may be reluctant to take the job, right? But it will help yourself. So just take your time and then accept the review invitation, and then it will reward itself, I think. Yeah, that's not enough, but still helps yourself. So yeah, that's one thing. You just take your time for a review and it will help.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bach. Yes, you finished. Well, so far we enjoyed the two talks, but the two talks were finished earlier than planned this morning. Maybe I'm in a hurry to proceed this session too quickly. So I'll see you again. In the morning session, in the last talk, Professor Kim Gi-hong from the Aju University, we presented on digital publishing on editors. Currently, he's the editor-in-chief of the science editing. Professor Kim, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction, Mr. Chairman. Today, I'm going to talk about some basic features of digital publishing, which journal editors should know. In the current age of the internet, digital publishing, which can be called alternatively as online publishing, electronic publishing, or e-publishing, is the most dominant way of publishing scholarly journals. In order to achieve an efficient digital publishing, it is essential to have an independent journal homepage and implement an efficient online article processing system. All contents of the journal need to be assigned digital identifier named Digital Object Identifier, or DOI. Then all published articles will be connected to each other through the use of references and the DOIs of those references, and form a huge and complex network in the internet space. This picture shows an example of how such a network looks like. The structure and function of various kinds of complex networks are important research topic in many disciplines these days. The network of journals and papers like this is a representative example of a complex network, and through the analysis of this network, one can deduce very useful information about journals and papers and research. For online contents, discoverability and usability, namely how easily the content can be discovered in the internet and how useful the content is, are extremely important. It is notorious that online users are highly impatient. Any inconvenience will make them stay away from the content. By adopting various digital standards, journals can make their contents more discoverable and more usable, and thereby improve the value of content greatly. Content of the journal can be characterized by authors, institutions, funders, title, keywords, text, figures, tables, data, references, etc. Digital identifiers for authors, institutions, and funding agencies are highly useful, and examples of which are ORCID and FundRep, among others. Online content can change with time due to author revisions, retractions, or other reasons. Therefore, it is necessary to monitor such changes, which can be provided by Crossmark. The workflow of digital publishing is similar to that of conventional, traditional publishing, and consists of the stages such as submission, peer review, production, and promotion. In case of digital publishing, all of these stages are executed online using the online article processing system provided in the journal homepage. In order to make the articles more discoverable and more usable, they need to be produced in .xml format, and the OI numbers have to be assigned to them. Published papers are archived online, and the promotion of papers is done using online media such as SNS. For the digital publishing of an academic journal, it is essential to have an independent journal homepage domain, which is separate from the homepage of the publisher itself. For example, Science Editing, which is the official journal of the Korean Council of Science Editors, KCSE, has this homepage. Which is independent of the homepage of KCSE, which looks like okay, I'll proceed. The homepage needs to provide important information such as aims and scope, abstracting and indexing services, editorial board, open access policy, journal archive, instruction to authors, editorial policies, research and publication ethics policies, conflict of interest form, and information on article processing charge, and a link to the article processing system, etc. The aims and scope section is especially important. It has to state the purpose or the objective of what the journal is trying to accomplish, and how the journal will accomplish those aims. Aims and scope statement has to include information such as a brief introduction to the journal, an outline of the subject covered in the journal, the type of articles published, and the peer review policy of the journal, and also the information about open access publishing options if the journal is open access. It is also very important to provide detailed policies related to research and publication ethics. It is desired that those policies follow the guidelines provided by COPE, namely Committee on Publication Ethics, closely. And also the principles of transparency and best practice in scholarly publishing proposed by COPE and several other international organizations. The journal should have a clear guideline to check data fabrication and falsification and plagiarism. And manuscripts need to be checked using cross-check for plagiarism whenever it is necessary. In addition, journals need to have clear policies on authorship, the conflict of interest, human rights, informed consent, and animal rights. For an efficient digital publishing, it is necessary to have a good online article processing system, which is also called e-submission system or manuscript management and tracking system. This system needs to provide separate tracks for author, reviewer, editor, manuscript editor, publisher, and editor-in-chief. If we go to the homepage of science editing, I can illustrate how this online article processing system works. Escape page. In this homepage, this journal has online submission system here. If I click this, we can go to this manuscript submission system, and different users can log in. I mean, you need to create ID for this site, and different users can log in. And if you are an author, you can go to the author track, and by clicking the button for manuscript submission, you can submit a paper, etc. So that is how this online article processing system works, and it is absolutely necessary to have such an efficient article processing system to have digital publishing. The first and last pages of an article provide a large amount of information, such as bibliographic information, DOI, title, authors, affiliations, abstract keywords, etc. Many kinds of metadata, corresponding author's address, and copyright notice, ISSN, crossmark, acknowledgement and funding information, disclosure statement, and a list of contributors and references can be found on these pages. This is the first page of an article published in Science Editing, and you can check that many of this information can be clearly found on this page. ISSN, namely the International Standard Serial Number, is an 8-digit code used to identify newspapers, journals, magazines, and periodicals of all kinds. These are a couple of examples of ISSN. If a journal is published both as a print journal and as an online journal, then it is required to register PISSN and EISSN separately. If ISSN is an ID for a journal, DOI, or Digital Object Identifier, is an ID for one article. It is a unique string signed by a registration agency such as Crossref to identify content and provide a permanent link to its location on the internet. This is an example of DOI, which is both a name for the article and also an address in the internet. DOIs form a key component of reference linking systems such as Crossref. So using DOI, we can using DOIs of articles, we can form a network I showed before. So this is an example of DOI of a paper published in Science Editing. If I click this, you can escape 해주시면 되잖아요.
마우스로 거기서 움직이고 계셔서 여기서
안 건드렸어요. You can go to the web page of that paper, and this web page contains references, and we can click the DOI of those references, and then we go to the web page of that paper, and then we go to the references of this paper, and again we can click the DOI of this article and to link to the web page of another paper. In this way, we understand that the published papers are connected to each other through a very huge network of papers. ORCID is an acronym for Open Researcher and Contributor ID. It's an ID for the author, and it provides a persistent digital identifier which distinguishes different researchers from each other. This is the example of web page for ORCID, and this is actually my ORCID number. If I click this, we can go to the web page which show my personal information and the list of my publications. The content of an article can be changed due to author revisions or other reasons. Crossmark identifies a publisher-maintained copy of a piece of content. It provides an important publication record information and the time history of content. Actually, if we go to the and also the another digital standard called FundRep provides information on the funding agency for the research done in that article. So, for example, in the production stage, articles need to be produced in JARS XML format for an efficient archiving. And to enhance discoverability and usability of articles. XML, or Extensible Markup Language, is a markup language that defines a set of rules for encoding documents in a format that is both human readable and machine readable. JARS, Journal Article Tag Suite, is an XML format used to describe scientific literature published online. It is a technical standard developed by the National Information Standards Organization. This is an example of an XML editing. So nowadays it is necessary to produce these final files prepared in this format. In addition to the digital standards I have explained until now, there are other standards which are useful for digital publishing. For example, PubReader, EPUB, Crossref text and data mining, cited by, can be used to enhance the discoverability and usability of these articles. So if I go to the, I want to show an example of these standards. So if we go again to the web page of science editing, you can find, for instance, PubReader of this article. If I click this, we go to the, we see this page, which is a very convenient way of reading this article online. And also this Crossref text and data mining, if I click this, we can see the articles related to the entitled article. And there is a function named cited by. If I click this, then we can see the papers, the articles citing this entitled paper. Nowadays, open access publishing of scholarly journals is becoming more and more popular. Open access means online research outputs which are free of all restrictions on access, such as access tolls, and free of many restrictions on use, such as certain copyright and license restrictions. This concept is contrary to the traditional closed access publishing or subscription-based access publishing. There are two aspects of open access. One is the gratis open access, which means free online access. Here, free means free of charge. No, you don't have to pay for access. Libre open access is a stronger open access, and it's not only free, but also there is some additional reuse rights allowed. So you can get the access for the content, and you can use the content for your own purpose. That's the concept of Libre open access. The reuse rights of Libre open access are often specified by various specific Creative Commons licenses. And these licenses almost all require attribution of authorship to the original authors. There are two different forms of open access. Gold open access means publishing in an open access journal. There exist many business models for such open access journals, such as full open access journal, hybrid open access journal, and delayed open access journal. In full OA, all articles are open access, and in hybrid OA, some articles are open access and some articles are not open access. And in delayed open access journal, articles are not open access during the embargo period, but after that period, the articles become open access. These gold open access journals usually charge authors a certain amount of article processing charge. If OA journals do not charge authors and completely free for the author, then these journals are sometimes called platinum or diamond open access journals. Another concept of open access is green open access, which refers to archiving articles in open access archives or repositories, such as preprint libraries and things like that. Open access contents are usually allowed to reuse. Creative Commons license is a public copyright license which enables the free distribution of an otherwise copyrighted work. There are several different types of reference licenses. For example, CC BY, BY means attribution, means the content can be reused freely as long as the original author is properly credited. So if an article is CC BY, then it can be used even commercially. And it is allowed to modify the content and create secondary content using the original content. Share alike SA means the content can be used freely, but it has to be the license has to be the same as the original content. So if the original content is does not allow commercial use, then and also it has a SA, then the secondary content has to be also used non-commercially. Non-commercial means that the content should not be used commercially. And ND, no derivative works, means the content cannot be modified. You should use only the original content. So there are these different types of licenses, and some of these licenses can be combined, can be mixed, and defined suitably for the purpose of the original author. Since OA journals usually charge the authors for publishing articles, there have appeared journals exploiting this type of publishing to make money. Predatory publishing or predatory journal are exploitative open access publishing business model that involves charging publication fees to authors without providing the editorial and publishing services associated with legitimate journals. DOAJ, or Directory of Open Access Journals, is a directory of high-quality, open access, peer-reviewed journals, which are not predatory journals. Currently, over 15,000 journals are registered in DOAJ. So if you publish open access journal, then it is necessary to register your journal to this directory. Published papers need to be archived for digital preservation and wider access in databases, repositories, and archives, such as PubMed Central, Scopus, SCIE, etc. Open Access Repository is a digital platform which holds research output and provides free, immediate, and permanent access to research results to anyone to use, download, and distribute. And there is a registry of open access repositories, which is a searchable international registry of open access repositories, indexing all these international institutional open access repositories and their content. And the journals need to clearly state the policies on digital archiving and deposit to archives. Related to open access, there's a concept called open science. Open science is a movement to make scientific research, including publications, data, samples, programs, etc. Everything which were produced from the research, and its dissemination accessible to everybody, all levels of society, who are amateur or professional alike. Open data is a part of open science movement, and states that some data, especially data related to medical research, has to be freely available to everyone to use and republish as they wish, with no restrictions from copyright, patents, or other control. Nowadays, many high-quality journals have a policy requiring the authors to provide raw data for their research and share those data with other people. Medical journals also have policies on clinical data sharing. There are special repositories and archives specialized to data. And also there are journals, data journals, which publish only data. And people have devised a way to cite data, and which is called data citation. Metadata is a special kind of data which provide information about other data. So this open data is another important concept which every journal editor should consider these days. So far I have explained digital standards used in various stages of digital publishing. I'm going to finish my talk by giving a few remarks. First, digital publishing will expand continuously in the future and will be a dominant form of publishing academic journals. And I expect that new information technology, such as artificial intelligence, will be rapidly implemented in digital publishing in the near future. And editors need to make effort to have their contents more easily discoverable and usable by adopting these digital standards actively. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You talk on the digital publishing for editors. From your talk, you have shown some example, some information, and also some of the articles. Those are written in English. So I want to ask you, can the digital standard that you explained incorporate the various languages other than English?
Yes, they can. Even though English is the basic language adopted by all digital standards, many of them allow the use of various other languages. For instance, many languages can be incorporated into JARS XML format. So if you go to the website of science editing, you will be able to find many articles about the use of Korean and Japanese languages in JARS XML editing and formatting. ORCID also provide user interfaces in various languages, including Korean.
Oh, I see. But this is the last question. In these days, so often we talk about the fourth industrial revolution in any place, in any times, where the one of the example in artificial intelligence, the AI. So, what is the current status of the use of the AI in the digital publishing? Because you are experiencing so many experience in you are charge of the science editing the journals. So could you say the few words, please?
Actually, the use of AI has expanded in all areas of human activities, and publishing is no exception. Recently, the use of AI tools has been rapidly expanded in all stages of digital publishing, including peer review, editing, and production. It can be used efficiently in selecting reviewers, verifying statistical data presented in the paper, finding errors in the references, checking out the plagiarism and data publication, and many other tasks can be done efficiently using AI tools. Big publishers, big international publishers have actively developed AI tools for the use in digital publishing, and I expect that in the near future it will become an indispensable tool in journal publishing. So everybody needs to be alert to this technology.
Wise, thank you. Well, once more, thank you, Professor Kim. You talked and answering to the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is the end of the morning session. Thank you for joining this workshop. All the speakers, as well as our audience from the online. After lunch, the workshop will resume in the afternoon. The next lecture starts at 1:20. Okay, so everyone, enjoy your meal. See you later. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the afternoon session for the Korea Federation of Science and Technology Societies. Welcome back to the afternoon workshop. My name is Sue Kim, and I will be the moderator for the afternoon session from Yonsei University. Just a quick reminder that for those of you who attended the morning session, for the afternoon session also, please remember to type in your name and your associated journals, as well as your title in the chat box as proof of registration later. In the morning session, we had several talks about the role of editors, especially covering journal metrics and journal development strategies. We also covered peer reviews, especially new areas such as post-publications and how to reward reviewers. Followed by that, we talked about new trends in data management and digital publishing for editors, especially in the area of artificial intelligence and making new discoveries and sharing those more effectively. So for the afternoon session, we will follow in that line with the topic of data sharing and archiving, which many of you may be familiar with, but this session, I believe, will cover the basics as well as share new ideas. Our speaker will be Professor Soo-young Kim from Hallym University Medical College. Enjoy the session.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity of making this presentation. This afternoon, I'll present on the data sharing and data archiving. My name is Soo-young Kim from Hallym University. I am Chair of Education and Training Committee, Korean Council of Science Editors. My presentation can be divided into two parts, data sharing and data archiving. In data sharing part, definition, benefit, concern of data sharing, and data sharing policy, and current status of data sharing policy will be presented. Research data can be defined as results of observation of experiment that validates your research findings. It can be raw or processed data file, software, code, models, and algorithm, protocol, and method. Data refer to entity used as evidence of phenomenon for the purpose of research scholarship. This is famous DIKW model. Although the term data and information are often used interchangeably, data are sometimes said to be transformed into information. According to U.S. Department of Energy, data sharing means making data available to people other than those who have generated them. Examples of data sharing range from bilateral communication with colleagues to providing free, unrestricted access to the public through, for example, a web-based platform. Data reuse refers to the secondary use of data, not for its original purpose, but for studying new problems. The reason why data shares are some funders, for example, National Institute of Health, National Science Foundation, now make data sharing a requirement, and it has become interchangeably commonplace for some subject area to make data available to everyone. There are some benefits and concerns of data sharing. There are some benefits of journal. Data sharing gets credit for the work of journals. Data sharing may lead to more citation. Data sharing can boost the number of publications. Data sharing may increase exposure and may lead to new collaborations. As to whether data sharing increases citation in journal, one paper found that data sharing receives on average 9% more citations. There are some benefits of research community. Data sharing may increase reuse and reinterpret data. Data sharing can avoid duplication of experiments. New insights can be gained, sparking new line of inquiry by data sharing. And data sharing may empower replications. As to whether data sharing increased reuse of data, one paper found that data reuse was distributed across a broad base of database. A very conservative estimate found that 20% of the data set deposited between 2003 and 2006 had been reused at least once by third parties. Some pharmaceutical companies have released some clinical trial data and made them available to all researchers. In 2007, GlaxoSmithKline created on website clinical study data request.com. Open in new tab. At least 3,049 trials are currently available from 13 industry sponsors. In the first 2 years, 177 proposals were submitted, most of them for a new study and publication. But despite substantial investment by industrial sponsors, only 4 manuscripts have been submitted for publication thus far. Data sharing may have benefit of society at large. Data sharing may provide greater transparency, boost public health in research. Data sharing can play a role in guiding government policy. Data sharing also improved access to research for those outside health and academy. Data sharing can reduce funding or repeat work. However, there are some concerns about data sharing. For example, NEJM, a leading medical journal, published 2 papers in favor of data sharing and 2 papers in opposition in 2016. The first paper presents 3 concerns about data sharing. The first is that it is almost impossible to reuse data due to the complexity of the data. The second is that large-scale fake association paper can be mass-produced. And the third is that the patient's personal information problem can occur. The concern of data sharing presented in the second paper are the possibility of misleading the original publication due to data sharing. Rising costs of clinical trial, reduced incentives for clinical trials, and loss of justice can be the problem. In this paper, it was argued that the establishment of reproducibility of the study and the detection of error were possible in different ways. Participants in clinical trials also presented a number of concerns about data sharing, which make it difficult for company to obtain consent. Fear of companies to use information for purpose other than scientific purpose. My information will be stolen, and less motivation for scientists and companies to do research. A person who is good at computers will recognize me. Aren't it a pre-right using data for poor science? Next, we will look at the data sharing policy. The data sharing policy mentioned here is mainly for journals. The data sharing policy of the journal include strengths of data sharing, the scope of data sharing, and the methods of data sharing. Finally, the strength of the journal's data sharing policy is classified according to whether data availability statement is published or not, and data has been shared or not, and data has been peer-reviewed or not. The strength of data sharing policy can be encourage data sharing, which is all of three criteria is optional. In expect data sharing, data availability statement is published. And mandate data sharing, the data has been shared is required. And mandate data sharing and peer review date has been peer reviewed is required. The first data sharing category according to strength is no policy. The journal does not make any request at the time of submission, and there is no content about data sharing in author information. The second data sharing category by strength is encourage data sharing. Journal encourages authors to share the data and other artifacts supporting the results in the paper by archiving it in an appropriate public repository. Authors may provide a data availability statement, including a link to the repository they have used, in order that this statement can be published in their paper. An example of encouraged data sharing can be found in academic medicine's data sharing description. Authors have the option to share readers' the data set used in their research. Authors wishing to do so may deposit their data in a publicly accessible repository and include a link to the DOI. The third data sharing policy by strength is expect data sharing. Journals expect that data supporting the results in the paper will be archived in an appropriate public repository. Authors are required to provide a data sharing statement to describe the availability or the absence of the shared data. When data have been shared, authors are required to include in their data availability statement a link to the repository. An example of expect data sharing can be found in British Journal of Social Psychology. Description about data sharing. The journal expects that where possible all data supporting the results in paper published are archived, and all paper needs to be supported by the data archiving statement, and the data set may be cited in the method section. The first data sharing category by strength is mandate data sharing. Journals requires as a condition for publication that the data supporting the result in the paper will be achieved in an appropriate public repository. If authors are unable to share data, then authors are not required to share it and must describe restriction in their data availability statement. An example of mandate data sharing can be found in ecology and evolution's description about data sharing. Authors are required to achieve their data in a publicly accessible repository such as Dryad, Figshare. A manuscript lacking on data accessibility section will not be passed through to the editor. The fifth data sharing category by strength is mandated data sharing and peer review data. This category requires mandated data sharing plus peer review of empirical data. The purpose of peer review of empirical data is to confirm the quality of the shared data. An example of mandated data sharing and peer review can be found in the Nature's description about data sharing. When submitting a manuscript to Nature, supporting data must be made available to editorial board members and peer reviewers at the time of submission for the purpose of evaluation the manuscript. Data sharing is performed on all research data, but can be performed on only specific data. As typical example, where data is shared only for the clinical trial data, genetic data, or chemical data. The International Committee of Medical Journal editor states data sharing statement for clinical trial. there is an ethical obligation to responsibly share data generated by interventional clinical trial because trial participants have put themselves at risk. 이금제 will require the following as condition of consideration for publication of a clinical trial report in our member journals. As of 1st July 2018, manuscripts submitted to 이금제 journals that report the result of clinical trial must contain a data sharing statement. Clinical trial that begin enrolling participants on or after 1st January 2019 must include a data sharing plan in the trial's registration. 이금제 stated that data sharing statement must indicate whether individual de-identified participant data and what data in particular will be shared, whether additional related documents will be available or not, when the data will become available, and how long, by what access criteria data will be shared. This is a snapshot of genomic data sharing. There are three methods of data sharing. The first is posted on the website of the journal as a supplementary document. The second is stored in public data repository. And the third is published in data journal. Example of a data journal includes data in brief, scientific data, and data science journal. This is example of posting a supplementary document in journal website. This is example of data sharing via public data repository. In this research, data is available in a data repository called Pigshare. This is example of published in data journal. In this case, data was published in data in brief. The manuscript bibliography also views in data in brief. There are some examples of data sharing statements. When data sharing is not applicable, data sharing not applicable to this article. If data available on request from the authors, the data sharing statement can be the data that supports the finding of this study will available from the corresponding author upon reasonable request. When data available on request due to privacy or ethical restriction, the data sharing statement can be the data that supports the finding of the study are available on request from the corresponding author. The data are not publicly available due to privacy or ethical restrictions. If the embargo on data due to commercial restriction, the data sharing statement can be the data that support the finding will be available in repository name at URL following an embargo from the data of publication to allow for commercialization of research findings. If data openly available in public repository, the data sharing statement can be the data that support finding of the study are openly available in repository name and URL reference number. Appropriate data repository can be found by searching at re3data.org, which means Registry of Research Data Repositories. There are two kinds of data repository. The first is general, or cross-disciplinary. The second is specific to research field. There are many general data repository. Dryad, Figshare, Harvard Dataverse is famous repository. From now on, I'll talk about the current status of data sharing. This paper is a study of the current state of data sharing. Research is by members of the Korean Council of Science Editors, including myself. This study examines what factors, including impact factor, subject area, type of journal publisher, and geographical location of publishers, are related to the strength of the data sharing policy. From each of 178 categories of JCR in top journals in each quartile were selected, and 709 journals, which is 5%. 4 of the authors independently reviewed and categorized the journal's data sharing policy. Based on the univariable analysis, a multivariable model was performed to further investigate the factors related to the presence and strength of the policy. Using widely data sharing policy category, data sharing policy of journal were categories as no policy and weak policy and strong policy. This is general characteristics of the journals. Among the 700 journals, 44% of journals have no policy, and about 18% of journals have weak policy, and about 38% of journals have a strong policy. The most common location for publishers are Europe, and followed by North America and others. The number of commercial publishers are more than 3 times that of non-commercial publishers. This is results of multivariable, multinomial logistic regression analysis. The impact factor quartile was positively associated with the strength of the data sharing policies. Physical science journals are less likely to have the strong polish than life science journals. Commercial publishers were more likely to have the weak policy than non-commercial publishers. Journals by publisher in Europe have a strong data sharing policy than other regions. The ranking of top 5 according to the number of journals with strong policy was neuroscience, immunology and microbiology, and environmental science, biochemistry, genetics, and molecular biology, and chemical engineering. The ranking of bottom 5 category were mathematics, computer science, health professions, nursing, and veterinary journals. This paper is also the study of the current state of data sharing, researches by members of the Korean Council of Science Editors, including myself. This study analyzed the present status of data sharing policy and attitudes toward such policy through a web-based survey of editors of scholarly journals published in Korea. Of the 100 respondents, only 13 state that their journal have already adopted a data sharing policy. The strength of the policy was recommendation only in 10 of those journals. The most frequent reason for not adopting a data sharing policy was submitters will not want data sharing and questionable effect of data sharing on the science development and no knowledge on data sharing. Next, we will look at the data archiving. Data archiving can be defined as process of moving data that is no longer actively used to a separate storage device for long-term retention. Stores on the lower cost tier of storage, serving as a way to reduce primary storage consumption and related costs. Data archiving is suitable for data that must be retained due to the operational or regulatory requirement. The data backup is a similar term, but archives will fill a data retention purpose, whereas backups are used for data protection and disaster recovery. Data archiving have some benefit. The first, it reduces the cost of primary storage. Data archives can be stored on low-cost hard disk drivers, tape, or optional storage that is generally slower than the performance disk or the flash drivers. The second is reduce the volume of data that must be backed up, because archived data is stored to a lower storage tier. The forms of data archives can be online, written to the tape or other removable media, or cloud storage. Dark archive is an archive that cannot be accessed by any users. Access to the data is either limited to a set few individuals or completely restricted to all. The purpose of a dark archive is function as a repository for information that can be used as very safe during disaster recovery. This is example of a dark archive database. Clocks, Portico, Dance, PubMed Center. In summary, data sharing is the disclosure of data collected for research purpose, for reuse and verification. And through this, although there are some concerns, it is continuously spreading. The data sharing policy should be established by careful reviewing the strength, scope, and target. Data sharing is to store data in low-cost media by distinguishing it from existing storage of data that is less frequently used. And journals should establish and polish for data.
Thank you, Dr. Kim, for that informative lecture. We had the chance to review data sharing policies, and many of you are aware that data archiving is required as a best practice, as an international standard. I just want to add that for many Korean journals who may wonder about archiving, the National Library of Korea has archiving services available. So if your journal currently does not have archiving services in place, you can inquire with the National Library of Korea. Thank you, Dr. Kim. Our next lecture will be about ethical challenges in research and publication ethics, especially for journal editors. Our speaker is Dr. Cheori Yoon from Seoul National University. Dr. Yoon.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Kim, for introduction. And good afternoon, everybody, or good evening for some people who are not in Korea, maybe in European countries and west side of the Asian countries. I'm Cheori Yoon, professor at Seoul National University, and also I'm sitting on the chair of the Committee on Publication Ethics. Before I forget, I would like to thank the organizing committee at KOFST. What I would like to talk today is the ethical challenges on research integrity and publication. And I'll mainly focus on the social responsibility and the misconduct on research and publication. Although I cannot cover many of those issues, I'll cover only a few, though, followed by a conclusion. If you look at the history, many people will remember perhaps the Nuremberg Code, which presents the 10 principles for research on human subject, and emphasizing the participate in it with his or her free will. And also 64, Declaration of Helsinki, and focus on formulate the ethics of protecting the participant. And 79, Vermont Report. It is guidelines for the conduct of biomedical and behavioral research involving human subject, focusing on and emphasizing respect for persons and beneficence and justice. And if you look human-made or a natural disaster, it's not about the whose fault. Some of you may remember the space shuttle named Challenger on 1986. It was exploded in the air while it was screened live. And 2010, there was a tons of oil spilled in the Gulf of Mexico. And then early this year, CNN reported that there was a even severe damage than what it was originally thought. And also very recently, there was a oil spill again by Japanese ship in the coast of Indian Ocean. And 2011, there was a nuclear disaster in Fukushima. And last year, there was a report about what could be done thereafter, the report. And what we have right now, all over the world, started at the year 2003, the coronavirus called SARS and MERS. Right now we have COVID-19. Again, this is not about whose fault or whose responsibility it is. Rather, this made us to think about the role of science and scientists. Now, I would like to pay your attention to publication part. In 1980, there was an increase of research misconduct in United States. Now, it is coming to Asian countries, many of Asian countries indeed, around the 2000. Why is that? Because there's high competition and therefore there is a high pressure. Many of you have heard this term publish or perish. That is in China at the moment, I guess. I'll show you some examples from the news and media later on, and pressures on this. And that causes stress. And because the publication equals the job, promotion, and incentive, and sometimes that misleads people to research misconduct. When we look at the research ethics, it could be a code of social ethics and internal ethics. And there are certain processes from the goal to the practical use of the results. There are major issues in each category. And when we set the goal, we should be careful about the approach on many of the subjects that I will discuss with you later on. When we perform the research, we should not harm the dignity of life, for instance. And also for the result, we should avoid all these potential research misconduct. And code of social ethics would be social responsibility, which I will discuss with you shortly. And also when we practice the practical use of results, then we should avoid inappropriate authorships. And also I will discuss with you about the authorship later on today. And as a part of research misconduct. So research ethics provide guidelines for the responsible conduct of research, and which can be categorized in many different subjects as ethical principles. I will not explain each of these categories, but briefly I will read it through. So it is about honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, openness, and respect for intellectual property and confidentiality, responsible publication, and responsible mentoring, and respect for colleagues, social responsibility, non-discrimination, competence, legality, animal care, and human subject protection. And then we look at the spectrum of research activity. It is from good research practice to research misconduct. Unfortunately, we've seen many cases or incidents on this category that I also bring some of the issues later on today and discuss with you. In terms of fabrication and falsification, plagiarism. To note that research misconduct does not include honest error or differences of opinion. Let's look at the social responsibility. Fritz Haber, he's a German chemist, received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, 1918, and worked on synthesis of ammonia. Unfortunately, this invention was heavily used during both World Wars, and therefore there's some debate and talks about his work and the Nobel Prize. Then that made us to think, why do we do a research? On one hand, because we want to have an advancement of knowledge. On the other hand, that will explore the truth. Then when we do a research, we should be free from the pressure of any kind. But yet, at the same time, we should have the responsibility, perhaps more importantly. David Baltimore, many of you would remember, he is also recipient of a Nobel Prize in 1975. But he was involved in not just one but few papers retraction. And for that incident, then he resigned as a president of Rockefeller University, but later on he rejoined to MIT biology faculty. Although he said, well, retraction was right, and there was a mistake, but he denied any wrongdoing. I don't know many of you know about this, but we don't know the truth yet, but there's a lot of talk about this. It was last year, Nobel Prize, on their discovery of how cells sensing and adapt to oxygen ability, which was given to 3 scientists. But I want you to pay attention to a system called PubPeer. If you type this on and Googling, and you will see what it is. And this is kind of surveillance for research community. And there is only one person, and many of his papers are putting up, and they pay attention to many scientists. That's Greg Semanja. We don't know any about the truth yet, but there is a lot of talk. And I want you to pay attention to thing called PubPeer. And also Twitter is a similar things to do, and you can have a look at it. From in here for social responsibility, there was a huge news on genome-edited baby. If you remember, it was November of 2018, a couple of years ago. And there was 3 consecutive days that the Nature News actually showed this news and discussed about it. It was about the genome-edited baby was born, the first news. And the second day, they saying that, okay, now how this genome-edited baby will affect our research and research community. And the third day, now they talk about the controversial and genome-edited baby claim, but also ethical questions about the human gene-edited baby. So the news was a Chinese scientist, Dr. He, claims that twin girls have been born whose genomes were edited targeting protein called CCR5, which the HIV uses as a co-receptor when they invade the cells. And university didn't know, and there are legal issues and ethical argument about this. Then Nature editorial a few days later suggesting that since this is a new technique and new technology and platform, should we have any registry of the research? And they saying and suggesting that that will be a good start. So in that editorial, if you read it through, then many scientists in that field saying that the technique and technology, the people or scientists are using it, CRISPR-Cas9. I'll talk CRISPR-Cas9 a number of times during the talk. What Dr. He claims to have done is not only he can do, meaning that many scientists who uses this technique, CRISPR-Cas9, can actually do the same thing. Second point, Dr. He will not be the last one to do this kind. So it suggests that there are more coming. And also finish by saying that they should have asked to society instead of begging for the forgiveness. And then later BBC said that China's scientist Dr. He Zhongkai acted illegally, and that was wrongdoing. And soon after that, he was fired from the university, and also his name disappeared from the government website, and also blocked by WeChat as well. So his name is gone. About a year later, Science Alert saying that again the Chinese scientist He Zhongkai, still there's nothing happened. There was a news on that day, and only a few days later, I believe, and CNN saying that our Chinese scientist Dr. He was jailed for 3 years. So remember I said that he will not be the last one. He is here, Daniel, he's the Russian scientist, and he also uses the same technique and technology, CRISPR-Cas9, but now he's thinking something else. He said that he can target this gene, which is responsible for hearing. So if people without this gene, they will be deafness. And if you go to the Western Siberia, there are a relatively large number of people are suffering from this disease. And Dan is saying that he can work on this and he can make those people cure. And also he is additionally saying that he will not move forward without approval from the government. And he quoted about what Lenin said, yesterday was too early, tomorrow will be too late, meaning that he will do it. This is not CRISPR-Cas9, but the world we are living right now, and we could make a baby without egg or a sperm. Then what if being able to conceive a child from someone's skin cells, for instance, with or without their consent? Would that be somewhat we have to think as a social responsibility? This is not about the human, but for human disease, especially the brain disease, what scientists have done is that they use the same technique, CRISPR-Cas9, they made the gene-edited monkeys. Would this be okay? Because these monkeys will develop brain disease rather easily compared to normal and wild-type monkeys. So I brought a couple of good examples about the social responsibility, how science should be done, or how to do a science. And if you look the top, and you can see this is the movement of the mouse, and they just stand the angles and the words, and then do not move that much. And the bottom, that's the wild type, normal mouse, they move freely. Then if you deliver those genes, rhodopsin and opsin, that's involved in vision, and therefore when they deliver those genes to mouse by using CRISPR-Cas9 technique, now they can move around as good as a wild type. So this is one of the good examples that they show the possibility in the experimental model first by using the mouse. And also this another one is also interesting. There's a protein called surfactant. If the human does not have surfactant, then they have problem right after the bone, the breathing problems. So they made a mouse model to make sure that they have problem with the same surfactant deficiency. And before they were born in utero, they deliver this CRISPR-Cas9 vector, which has a surfactant protein. And before they were born, this will be expressed, and therefore they were okay. And this is not about the CRISPR-Cas9, but what the science and scientists can do, and the gene therapy. There is a rare muscle disease when the person has this disease and they have a problem with breathing, and therefore they have to use the ventilator, this one, okay? So they cannot live without this. But when they have this gene therapy, then this boy was able to breathe normally without this ventilator. That was last year on Science. And I would like to turn your attention to the same technique, CRISPR-Cas9, but not human and animal, but plant and crop. Gao, she is the scientist in China, and China decided to put huge amount of money for this CRISPR-Cas9 in new variety of tomato, lettuce, banana, and all kind. What's the issue then? The issue is, in plant and crop science with CRISPR-Cas9, there's different views on GMO crop between Europe and United States, including or together with Brazil and Argentina and Australia. Now the China is joining in this battlefield with some other countries as well. So what then for us? Each country, I think, we should have our own stance on what to do with the regulation. And obviously there are international regulations for import and export and conflict of interest. And therefore, as a scientist, we should know who does what and how we can actually involved in social responsibility one way or another. Senior also received the Nobel Prize. And he was sitting on the director at the Kyoto University. And not him, but his team and people in his center did a research misconduct, data falsification and fabrication. Although it wasn't his fault, but still they apologize for that. But this is not what I would like to focus. It is about international competitiveness. And since they have received Nobel Prize by those groups, and they saying that they will allow technique called reprogrammed stem cell research. So they approved, they approved those stem cell research to cure the spinal problem patient. And Japan also approved the first human animal embryo experiment. And although there are high barriers on scientific challenges and ethical concerns, but still, since there is a high international competitiveness, that they allow them to do it. So conclusion on this part will be, we should think about the issues: genome editing, gene cloning, stem cell research, and xenotransplantation, especially when we have new technique and platform and technology. Obviously, we do not have any regulation and guideline. And then there is a gray area on science and or ethics. And it is unclear most of the time, especially when it comes to new technology, clear cut. How much is too much? And therefore, of course, we should have regulation and guideline, but for science and as a scientist, we should think about what, how, and by whom, and how much. I'll move on to research misconduct. I'll focus on fabrication and falsification. And I must say that there are a number of issues on research misconduct and publication misconduct, yet I will focus on only a few subjects. So fabrication, you have original data, and you did not have any data indeed on time course for 1 and 4 in here, yet when it is reported that all of a sudden you got the numbers, that's fabrication. Well, it's straightforward. We all know that's wrongdoing. And falsification, original data, a person had all data points, but when it was reported, then all of a sudden the number changes. That was called falsification. And therefore we know both cases, fabrication and falsification, is wrongdoing.
And in here on, I would like to bring some of the issues that many people already know because through the media, and therefore it will be intuitionally you know what it is. And we had a problem with Useok Hwang about a stem cell fraud in Korea year 2005. It was huge use, and many people, scientists, shocked by that. 9 years later, in Japan, there was a report about the stem cell and saying likely never existed, and by Haruko. And stem cell scientists found guilty of misconduct. And also one of the biggest science breakthrough of year 2014 never really happened. And now it's Russia. Over 800 papers were retracted, and also more than 4,000 cases of plagiarism and questionable authorship were reported. And China, there's a crackdown on fake data, especially in drug trials, and saying that possible jail time or even execution. And another one in China. He is the worldwide known and very famous animal cloning research scientist, was sentenced for 12 years in prison. Not only this scientist, but also his junior colleague was also sentenced for over 5 years, and both of them were fined in huge amount. Another Chinese scientist, he is very, very famous immunologist around the world. And remember I told you that the Papier and Twitter, and there was a question about images on his publication. He's sitting on the university president at the moment. And if you look at the articles published as a corresponding author in year 2019 alone, so large number of papers were published, him as a corresponding author. Now he is on the hot potato, I would say. And Hungarian President Paul, and he plagiarized part of his doctoral dissertation, and therefore he resigned for as president. The German and defense minister was reported deliberately plagiarized his doctoral thesis and announced his resignation as a minister of defense later on. Well, another German minister, unfortunately, it was debate about whether there's a plagiarism or it was political decision. Yet the Annette, as her education minister, resigned after her PhD was revoked, and her doctoral thesis was found evidence of plagiarism. So conclusion of this part would be there are code of ethics, and I guess we should start with a proper education, and prevention is always better than treatment. For that, when we do research, we should have a good experimental design, including statistics, before we start the experiment, and all those guidelines should be fulfilled, IACC and IRB, including consent form. And LAMP note, I do not have much time to emphasize the LAMP note, but it is extremely important when it comes to any type of conflict. And authorship, we'll discuss a little bit later on, and COI, and authorship. And there are many other publication misconduct recently developed, yet I would like to focus on authorship. Authorship itself is already quite complicated enough. The principle of authorship is rather simple. Who did what and how much? In terms of creativity or conceive the idea and getting the grant and design of the experiment, including guidelines or including statistics. And perform the experiment to get the result, and discussion, writing the draft and correction of the manuscript, revise and rebutter, and also agreement on the publication. However, number of authors and their order, there's no absolute rules and regulations on this, and order is dependent on authors themselves. And there's no rules again on types of order. It could be ascending, descending, alphabetical order, and random order. That has to be decided by authors. For example, this was Higgs theory. Over 5,000 authors. They published 33-page articles. There's only results described in 9 pages. Remaining 24 pages list the authors and their institutions in alphabetical order, as you see this person et al. And therefore, some article used the group author. And recently, after this COVID-19 incident, and there was a number of papers used the group author that can be combined with individual authors as well. New England Journal of Medicine, there is another group author, as you can see. If you click this and then looking at the supplementary, what you will see, this one, supplementary appendix, and what you will see is that this. See, from page 2 to 20, that's about the authors and applications. So there is a huge number of authors in there as a supplementary appendix. So things are changing. And also, I want you to remember that there is a non-author contributors suggested by Ikimje. Again, this is not absolute rule that I'll show you again some other example later on, but person who only secure the funding, no. The person only perform the lab test or correct the data, no. And general supervision, no. General administration, no. Only writing assistance or technical editing, language editing, proofreading, that's not the person who should be as an author. So what Ikim just suggested is that what person should have conceptual and design, or acquisition, or analysis, plus drafting or revising, plus final approval. So 1 + 2 + 3. But what if person does 1 and 2, not 3, 1 and 3, not 2? That would be the question. So one of the journals, quite famous journals, Neurology, and they had a guideline and rules that design, analysis, drafting, any of these plus final approval will be fine. And then a couple of years ago, they added another one because of the importance of metadata that you have heard in some other talk, that acquisition of data, if the person has a major role on that, then they said that's okay. Any of these plus final approval, they don't have problem with it. And therefore, authorship issue is not all black and white. If you look at just the field in medicine, and often we are facing the gray area. And therefore, individual journal criteria may differ from Ikimje guidelines. And they think that substantial, drafting, revising, approval. So the question comes down to how much is too much then. So conclusion of this part will be we are in need of reliability, honesty, respect, and accountability. And what to do? Although there are no absolute rules, we should keep in mind that design the experiment carefully in advance, immediate action on unexpected respect, talk, discuss, decide authorship in an early possible time among authors, and then confirm the later as well. So, conclusion for ethical issues on research and publication, there are code of social ethics and code of internal ethics. We need a proper education, and prevention is always better than treatment. And there are major issues that I already discussed in here to approach carefully or do not or avoid, especially on experimental design and regulation and research lab note, authorship, and COI, conflict of interest. Then perhaps there are a large number of issues on research and publication ethical issues will not be the problem for us. And I want you to take a look at the Korean Council of Science Editors and also Council of Asian Science Editors. You may be able to find out some of the answers if you have any question on the issues in relation to misconduct. Thank you very much, and I'll take a question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoon. That was a very comprehensive lecture covering the general areas of publication research as well as research integrity. He talked about social ethics and internal ethics aspects that we should remember. He also covered very practical advice and gave us some practical advice about authorship issues and how to work with potential concerns with ethical issues in the publication process. I do have a question for you about, especially because our audience is largely science journal editors. What do we do when we face potential ethical issues in publication? So, for example, in the process of reviewing a paper, if the editors suspect the authors are hiding information or changing information, that's number one. And then secondly, what if the editors suspect the reviewer is pushing personal opinions too strongly, or on the other hand, they're being too lenient, they're avoiding rigorous reviews? Could you give us some advice?
Sure. Any questions regarding the ethical issues? Sorry, audio is off. This is the live. I think that there are issues in regarding to ethics is always tough, and those questions, it seems easy, but when you realize what happens, then it's not that easy. So first question was, what would you go by as an editor if you see there's some problem with the submitted the manuscript? Well, since editor, the role of the editor, you have heard already from Professor Ha in the morning that pre-screening would be one of the things that editors will do. During the pre-screening, if you see it, then perhaps you take that manuscript and the depends on how much question you have. First thing you would do would be get back to the corresponding author, asking precisely what seems to be a problem. If his or her question to answer is okay, then you can go ahead with the next step. But if there is a question or no response at all, then you would assume that there's a real problem, and then you have to take a path through the differently. And there are two things. One hand, you can find the problem, or on the other hand, there was minor or no problem. If it's minor or no problem, then you can go ahead to the next stage. If there's a major problem, then obviously you stop there. And then depends on how much misconduct was involved. If it is misconduct, then obviously that paper is stopped right there. But sometimes this is option. You can go further to report to the organization as well. Well, that's the first part. And second question was reviewer part. That is actually a recent development in publication ethics about publication process or abuse of the position as a reviewer or editor. Because they, even if it's a blind, sometimes double blind would be different, but oftentimes the reviewer and editor would know and have more information about the article. And therefore there is a potential problem with the abuse of the power. And if reviewer pushes something, and also that push, what kind of push it will be, and depends on the type of asking or question will be different. Sometimes reviewer can push. For reviewer cannot push. Editor can push the reviewer to do a process quickly because we need like a 2 weeks time frame or so. But reviewer in general do not supposed to keep in touch with each other. Well, these days we have open review system that already know in certain case, like preprint, for example, and those cases they already know who's referee for my paper. And sometimes you don't know. But anyway, reviewer pushes something to the authors that may not be proper, because the guideline for the reviewer in most of the journals, including preprint, saying that if you have anything to do with the authors and papers that you are reviewing, you're supposed to go back to the journals and editor, not the authors. So that if there's anything between this author and reviewer happened, then that's already wrong in my mind.
Thank you. There was also a second question. You mentioned the issue of genome cloning and genome editing as examples in crops and fisheries, for example. This type of new research, it's an expanding field. Even COVID, the example that you shared with us, it's a new area that we've never experienced. And if there are new research questions, of course, we are eager to publish and share to
Sure.
Encourage more open discussion. But what would be the fine line that you as an editor would use as a criteria to accept those kinds of papers, if they're gray area or not?
Oh, that's a really difficult question. You're also sitting on the editor-in-chief in journal, so you would know the answer, or you don't have an answer. I don't have an absolute answer, but if you are editor and editor-in-chief, I'm sure that you have interest in new technique and technology and platform. And therefore, even during this COVID-19 period, you see the paper published, something to do with coronavirus, a lot more and a lot faster than any other subject. And therefore, we don't have to discuss about whether you are willing to accept. Any editor-in-chief and editor who love their own journal, they love to do it, yes. But one has to have clear mind that that technique and technology would harm any way to society, scientific community. And if there's any doubt about it, then you should talk to corresponding author in depth before actually you consider the review. And therefore, you would have the committee, ethical committees and some scientific advisory board, and you would discuss and ask a personal opinion, because some of the field is not familiar with the editor or editor-in-chief, then that would be a proper way of doing it. First of all, I guess you would have interest in publishing those work if it's a new field, but you have to make sure that there's no harm or wrongdoing with those research in terms of subject and method and technology, and even including some of the results.
That was a very wise answer. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Yoon. So we are ready to take a 10-minute break. Please join us back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to the second session of the afternoon workshop organized by KOFST. Our second section for the afternoon, we will start with new services at Crossref, presented by Ms. Rachel Lamney. As many of you are aware, Crossref is one of the official DOI, Digital Object Identifier, registration agencies that's recognized by the International DOI Foundation. Ms. Lamney is head of the Special Outreach Programs, and today she will talk not only about DOIs, but introduce Crossref's new services as they just recently marked their 20th anniversary. So let's hear from Ms. Lamney about Crossref.
Hello, my name's Rachel Lammy and I'm Head of Special Programmes at Crossref. And thank you for inviting me to speak and to give an update on Crossref services for editors. So I work at Crossref and we're an organisation that aims to make research outputs easy to find, cite, link, assess and reuse. We're a not-for-profit membership organisation that exists to make scholarly communications better. And we work with a diverse group of members and affiliated organisations. So over 13,000 members from over 139 countries around the world. We now have a metadata store of well over 117 million content items, which is growing every day. And we offer a wide array of services to ensure that scholarly research information is registered, linked and distributed. So if your publication, if your journal is a Crossref member, when you register content with us and it gets DOIs, we're collecting the metadata that you send us about that piece of content, and we process it and we make it openly available so that connections can be made between publications, people, organisations and other associated outputs. And we preserve the metadata that we receive from the scholarly record so that it's available long term. We've always had a lot of members in South Korea, and just to talk about some of the growth since 2018, we've seen over 8,000 new members join since that date, which is very big, and 2,500 of those are from the Asia Pacific region, and we're seeing a lot of new members join us from Indonesia. But we also are seeing continued growth in South Korea, with total members of 1,500 from South Korea. And between all of these members, they've registered over 500,000 DOIs. So that's 500,000 publication records, journal articles, books, conference proceedings, etc., that are made available in this shared metadata store, which is used by lots of different tools, services, researchers all over the world. So it's a good way to put your information in one place in a standard format so that anyone who's interested in research and publications can find and use it. Let me give you some examples. So all of these tools use the Crossref metadata. Tools like library discovery systems, archiving tools to fill metadata gaps, bibliographic management software. So if you're writing a paper and you're using some software to compile your reference list, chances are that's using Crossref's information. Collaborative authoring and reading tools and other abstracting and indexing services all use Crossref to make sure that the information that they have on publications is reliable and that it comes from the publishers themselves. So using DOIs and other identifiers where they exist helps the work that you publish and other works be found and cited by putting it into a central shared network of publication information. I was asked to talk about some news, plans and the new developments that Crossref is working on in what is left of 2020 and into next year. So I hope this will be interesting for you. One of the things that we're always keen on is improving the metadata that we have at Crossref. because we work with so many publishers, some publishers provide really rich metadata with lots of information, not just about the title, the authors, and the location and DOI for the work. They can also give us things like license information, links for text mining, ORCID IDs, and they can also participate in our Crossmark service. So I would say that the journals in Korea tend to do a good job of providing metadata to Crossref. But we also wanted to encourage even greater reporting of changes to published works, such as corrections, retractions, and withdrawals. And we do that via our Crossmark service, which is metadata and a button that researchers can click on to see the current status of a piece of work. So in March, we removed the Crossmark fees. There used to be a fee associated with registering Crossmark metadata, and we've removed that. And since then, we've seen the number of works with Crossmark metadata increase by more than 1.5 million items, and the number of items with an update, so telling us that a paper's been corrected or retracted, which is really useful information for researchers, has also increased to 150,000, which is a 12% increase. And that's mainly with the correction type. So I would say, as editors, sometimes people are concerned that showing retractions or corrections is seen as a negative thing, and we want to assert that actually it's very positive, and it shows that your journal is committing to maintain a high quality of publications, and making sure that any errors are flagged to the community so that they don't then get used in further research. And I'm pleased to say we're also removing fees associated with two types of relations. So is version of and is translation of. So we see that versions are important for the preprints that members are registering with us, which might go through many public versions as the work is improved. Each new version of a preprint should have its own DOI, and now this will not incur an additional DOI registration fee, provided the related work is also registered by the same member. Translations are becoming increasingly important as we look to support a multilingual future. So again, if the translated work is registered by the same member as the original work, it wouldn't incur an additional registration fee, provided that that's declared at the time of registration. So a lot of our members in South America might produce an English version and a Spanish version of a work. And if they link those together in the metadata, then they will only get charged for once for that. Because we want to acknowledge that English is certainly not the only language that that research is published in. The other thing that we're doing is that we've been involved in the launch of the very new initiative for open abstracts, which was announced last month. So we've been looking at the abstracts that publishers register with us at Crossref, and over all of our members, we can see this for about 7% of the works that the publishers have registered with us. And for journal articles, that goes up to 8.5%. And again, we see more journal articles, current or more recent journal articles, about 25% of those have abstracts. And the initiative for open abstracts is encouraging Crossref members to provide abstracts in their metadata. And you can see that this is something that everyone's working on. So I've shown over to the right participation reports, one from Springer Science and Business Media, and they've registered abstracts for 3% of their publications, but are planning to do more. So if your journal isn't registering abstracts with Crossref, please don't think, oh, I'm doing something wrong. It's not something that we've talked about a lot, but with this new initiative, it's something that we hope more members will think about doing. To talk a little bit more about this initiative, I know that the majority of content that's published in Korea is open access. And I also know that the abstracts on the publisher websites are openly available as well. But making that information available in the metadata means that the abstracts will be able to be reused at scale, because you're making them available in a computer readable way. So depositing abstracts with Crossref has the great advantage of bringing all the abstracts together in a common format and in one searchable database where they're available via an API. So for editors, again, this gives other ways for the content that you publish to be found and to be used in a large corpus of publication information from all of Crossref's global members. So it is something to think about, and you can sign up. I provided a link to the initiative website. So again, you can, if it's something that you're interested in, you can sign up to support this initiative, and I know they'd be pleased to have participation from Asia and from Korea. I mentioned earlier that so many organizations and tools and services use our APIs in order to build tools, services, databases, indexes, all of which help research be discovered and used. So we see over 600 million requests every month. So people asking Crossref's API for information on publications, and that's growing. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that our services can withstand or service that demand. So we're moving our REST API over to what's called Elasticsearch, which is basically a way to address the scalability of the API. It's going to modernize the infrastructure used to run it, and it's going to build a sustainable platform for future development, like new content types. We're seeing a lot of demand for a schema for videos, for example, or for schema changes, as well as bug fixes and incremental improvements. So a big part of participating in Crossref is making your metadata available for use, and we want to make it even easier and better for people using it to be able to do so. We've also got some improvements to our similarity check service coming up. So similarity check is our service that helps publishers and publications screen for originality before a work is published. So we have a version 2 of similarity check, which is going to be released soon, and we're looking for testers for that. A few of the enhancements that we're excited to share is that there will be an improved report viewable, which will be accessible and responsive to support all users. And it will be easier to allow submissions to be searched and to copy and paste information from the reports. There will also be additional exclusion options. So if you use Authenticate or Turnitin, you know that sometimes areas of a similarity report aren't really of interest to you. So maybe a method section would have lots of overlap with another paper, but you think that that's fine. So the new version 2 will allow refining to just the most critical matches and make that even easier. So there will be improved citation detection to identify probable citations in line and in the bibliography or works sections. And you can exclude individual matches on the fly. So that will be things like exclusions to citations, to institutional repositories, different sources, and different pieces of text. If you integrate the similarity check, if your journal integrates it with a manuscript submission system, the API is going to expose more information like the top 5 matches and the largest matching word count so that you can see that directly in your submission system. There will be a content portal so that publishers can manage their content uploads to Turnitin's database to identify errors and progress so that you can make sure that your journal is being indexed in there reliably. There'll be an easy to use tool to help editors find submissions and access the similarity reports. And as I said, better integration into manuscript tracking systems. As part of our metadata, we also collect information on who funded the research, and that's becoming increasingly important as the funders that we work with are increasingly interested in seeing the outputs or the publications that result from their funding. So our latest release of the funder registry brings it up to containing 25,000 funders. And we're moving to update that continually as opposed to once every sort of 6 weeks, so that any new funders that need to be listed in there can be. We also know that the ORCID is important to members in Asia and in Korea. So we're continuing to make improvements to our integrations with ORCID, both auto update and via Crossref metadata search. Auto update these are some figures about what we're seeing with auto update. But the way that works is if we see an ORCID ID in the metadata for a publication, we automatically send that to ORCID, who notify the author and ask them if they'd like to add the work to their ORCID record. So that's collaboration between us to make it easier for researchers to add their publications to their records. We've improved the wording of our email invitations to better explain Crossref so that users will allow us to automatically update their profiles. And we're working on upgrading to the new ORCID API, which supports more work types like preprints, so that what we push will be correctly listed as a preprint rather than just other. So we're seeing lots of authors go ahead and allow Crossref to update their ORCID records, which is a really good thing. And we'd encourage notifying your authors that that's something that might happen, so that they know that Crossref is a trusted party and that they could do this. I also mentioned preprints, and I thought it might be useful to flag up that in 2020, and certainly related to the pandemic, we've seen a large growth in the preprints that are being registered with Crossref. So just to show some figures, you can see, so this is the types of content that are registered with Crossref, some of the top ones. And you can see that in 2020, we've had a massive growth in the volume of preprints that are being registered with us, which again is really helpful because it helps that those sort of early versions of articles be found and discovered early by the community, and also linked to the published version when it appears. And when we're also talking about metadata, better metadata, one thing coming up in early 2021 is ROAR. So we're soon going to support affiliation identifiers in the Crossref metadata schema. So that means that journals will be able to send us affiliation information in their Crossref metadata and associate that with a ROAR ID, which is a unique identifier for research organisation affiliations, which we've helped to develop. And that will enable better tracking and discovery of research and other publications by institution. And there's, I've linked to an article which talks more about ROAR, but you'll see that there are a lot of Korean organisations already registered in the ROAR registry. As you know, institutions may have many names or similar names, and that can make it difficult to identify all research associated with a specific institution. So we worked with DataCite, California Digital Library, and Digital Science to make this open registry, which has a public API, and it helps. It will help institutions, publishers, and funders be able to track and identify research associated with a specific institution. And both Crossref and DataCite will support the collection of this information in our metadata, so that it's something, again, that that people can use at scale and in a computer readable way, rather than relying on their individual researchers to report back to their research office every time something's published. So this is a valuable service as well, and there's no cost to use or access the ROAR registry. So I'd encourage you to have a look at that, and to have a look at that if you're interested. And I also wanted to mention that that we've become involved with an initiative called Make Data Count, and part of this is encouraging journals to make sure that they cite the data that underlies the articles, which will help with the transparency and the reproducibility of the work. And it will also help researchers get credit for sharing their data. So Make Data Count aims to increase the adoption of standardized data usage across repositories. The piece that we work on at Crossref is increasing implementations of proper data citations at publishers by working in conjunction with publisher advocacy groups and societies. So that would be something that we'd be keen to collaborate with societies in Korea on. And also promotion of bibliometrics and studies around data usage and citation behaviours, because we suspect that those will be different to the behaviours around journal articles, for example. So downloads or views might work in a very different way, and we want to explore that. So a little bit more about the initiative is that it's recently got a new round of funding, and we're working on this with California Digital Library, DataCite, and other repositories, basically to focus on the widespread adoption of standardized data usage and data citation practices, which are the building blocks for open research data metrics. So again, I think that we'll do a webinar on this in early 2020 and talk more about our plans to work on this project over the next few years. The other things coming up are we're going to work on a member centre at Crossref, so that you can manage all your Crossref information in one place. And we'll be in touch to ask members what they want to see in that. And we'll also improve our schema to include ROAR IDs, identifiers for grants, which funders are registering with us, to better support data citation, and to improve the reliability of our event data service. So all of that is coming up. And finally, as our members, we want to hear from you. We have a community forum, Community at Crossref, which is an open online space for members where they can start a discussion or get a question answered by the Crossref team or by another Crossref member. So we'd encourage you to look at this and to sign up and ask questions if you like. This might also provide scope for participation in beta testing or other ways for our members to contribute to developments across REF and provide feedback. I also wanted to mention that voting is open for the next few days, I think until the 9th or 10th of November on our board elections. If you're a member, you'll have received an email about this, and we'd encourage you to vote for the makeup, to contribute to the makeup of our board. And you can see we've got a representative from KCSE in there, so you can also make sure that you choose the candidates that you feel represent you. And we also, if you want to find out more about our services, we have information available in some videos in Korean that you can access via our website to find out more. And we also are looking to continue to run Korean events in collaboration with Jae Hwa Chang, who's one of our ambassadors. And we'd welcome you to attend any of those and to ask questions. And finally, just to thank you for your support. Please get in touch with any questions and stay safe. Thank you.
That was a very up-to-date information in their presentation. She especially talked about metadata and how the journals, each of us as members, could make best use of their services. For me, it was the first time to hear about initiatives for open abstracts, and probably for many of you as well. Ms. Lamni mentioned that it's just launched last month, so hopefully all of the Korean journals or the journals that you represent from each of your regions will be able to make use of this digital collaborative platform to spread and make your scholarly work more accessible. Also, it was interesting to hear that Crossmark is now free, so that's another up-to-date information from Ms. Lamni's presentation. I'd like to move on to our second presentation, and this time we will have Ms. Yuni Hwang talk about common mistakes in writing reviewer comments. Ms. Hwang represents Compex, which is an English editorial service, and I'm sure many of the journal editors in the session today hope to get international submissions and increasing numbers of communications and submissions from the international community and scholarly publishings. But how do we make good, solid reports and share that information with the authors? Ms. Hwang will lead us through the steps.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's an honor to be here. Today, I'm going to share some tips on how to write clearly and politely when giving reviewer comments by examining and comparing various examples. In general, reviewers try hard to write constructive peer reviews that are helpful to the author. Non-native English-speaking reviewers, however, sometimes have difficulties in complimenting or criticizing with clarity. They may also use inappropriate expressions or tone in their reviews, inadvertently offending the authors due to cultural differences. Therefore, I hope this presentation will help reviewers and authors become more aware of ways to improve clarity and politeness in their writing. First of all, I'd like to introduce 4 main ways to improve clarity. Choose verbs carefully, understand information structure, and achieve cohesion, and create emphasis. First, about verb choices. In English, verb choice plays a crucial role in conveying a writer's intended meaning. So verbs should be selected carefully, considering their specific meanings and connotations. Now we are going to work through some exercises. Since there are so many verbs to choose from, I have listed 5 choices to simplify things. mention, argue, claim, suggest, imply. In sentence 1, if the writer's intended meaning is to suggest indirectly, among those 5 choices, imply is the best. In sentence 2, if the intended meaning is to say something is true directly and firmly, often used when others disagree, then the appropriate choice is claim. Here, it is helpful to remember that the verb claim often carries negative connotations, such as expressing dubiousness. That is, an author may use claim to subtly hint that he or she disagrees with a claim being introduced or considers it to be insufficiently supported. In sentence 3, if the intended meaning is to refer to briefly, then the best choice is mention. The verb mention is used quite frequently by non-native English-speaking authors and reviewers, but it is actually ineffective for reporting the results of studies. The example sentence states, Miller mentioned 2 factors that can lead to family crisis. Here, the verb mention is a weak verb, so it makes the 2 factors seem unimportant and not supported by an empirical analysis. Therefore, to report the results with an impact, it is better to use identified or found instead. A thorough understanding of the relevant nuances allows us to control the strength of claims through proper verb selection. Here are 2 sample sentences. Sentence 1 reads, the results indicate or establish that there is a link between smoking and lung cancer. Sentence 2 reads, the test results confirm or suggest the diagnosis and guide treatment. In sentence 1, the stronger verb is establish, and in sentence 2, the stronger verb is confirm. In short, understanding verb usage in English is very helpful for conveying a writer's intended meaning. Next, I'm going to explain what information structure is and how it can help improve clarity in writing. When writing in English, non-native English-speaking authors and reviewers usually pay close attention to grammar, but only focusing on grammar does not necessarily guarantee that the writing will be clear. When we compare sentence structure and information structure, sentence structure is about how to produce a sentence that is grammatically correct, whereas information structure is about how to arrange information within a sentence in a way that a native speaker feels most natural and comfortable. Although many aspects of information structure are worth looking into, because of time constraints, I'm going to briefly introduce 3 basic principles of information structure. Example 1 states, even though it's raining, I'm going out for a walk. Even though it's raining is a subordinate clause, and I'm going out for a walk is a main clause. The first principle is that in a complex sentence where there are subordinate and main clauses, it is more effective to place the information that you want the reader to pay attention to in the main clause. Before I talk about the second principle, let's look at 2 examples first. Example A states, this study examined the relationship between A and B. Occasionally, an author might think that it would be more effective to place an important piece of information in the subject position rather than at the end of a sentence, as you can see in B, where the author placed the relationship between A and B up front. But due to the end placement principle, it is actually more effective to place more important information at the end of a sentence, just like we see in sentence A. So now, let me introduce the end weight principle of information structure. Here are 2 examples. The information involved in those 2 sentences is basically the same, But in example 1, the information highlighted in green is placed at the beginning of the sentence, whereas in example 2, it is placed at the end of the sentence. Although it may seem counterintuitive, native English speakers feel more comfortable when long and complicated information is placed at the end of a sentence. So far, we have seen 3 basic principles of information structure in English. If I may summarize the key points, information that is placed at the end of a sentence receives the most attention, followed by the subject position. Whereas when information is placed in the middle, its impact is inevitably reduced. Here is a sample sentence. This is the original version before editing. There was an increase in the quality of nursing care as well as a decrease in patient mortality, length of hospital stay, and so forth. You can see that this sentence has the basic pattern of there was an increase in A as well as a decrease in B. We have 2 issues here. The first issue is that the author used noun forms such as increase and decrease. A common strategy in English is to use verbs instead of nouns to make it sound more vivid. Thus, it is more effective to use verb forms. The second issue relates to information structure. According to the basic principles of information structure, the subject position should receive emphasis, but we can see that the meaningless expression there was is placed in the subject position, whereas the quality of nursing care, which conveys more important information, is positioned in the middle of the sentence, reducing its impact. Therefore, we can move the more important information, the quality of nursing care, to the subject position to make it more impactful, and revise the nouns to verbs to improve the clarity of the sentence. So far, we have briefly looked at how information is arranged within a sentence and the types of structures that native speakers feel comfortable with. Now I will share some tips on how to connect sentences effectively. Cohesion is the glue that connects ideas. It can be achieved by using a variety of linguistic devices. But today, I will focus only on how to use demonstrative pronouns such as it or this to effectively connect sentences. I will also introduce to you how to achieve cohesion by considering information structure and flow. Let's work through this exercise. Dating back to the late 19th century, electrical engineering is one of the newer branches of engineering. This, or it, is the branch of engineering that deals with the technology of electricity. Which one do you think we should choose here? This or it? Before we check the answer, here is another exercise. When first waking from anesthesia, you may feel confused, drowsy, and foggy. This or it usually lasts for just a few hours, but for some people, confusion can last for days or weeks. Now, in this sentence, which pronoun do you think we should choose? Some non-native English speakers have difficulties choosing between this or it as an effective connector, but there is a clear principle involved in this choice. Now, let's go back to the first exercise. When we examine what information is connected, we notice that this or it refers back to electrical engineering. When the antecedent is a word or a phrase, just like this example, then the pronoun it should be used. In this exercise, however, where the antecedent is the entire content of the previous sentence, we need to use this. Sometimes it's not immediately clear what this or it refers to, So in order to improve readability and avoid any possible confusion, the author instead may use this plus summary word or this plus interpretive word to maintain flow. Let's look at some examples. By observing that the keyword assessment is repeatedly used in the first two sentences, we recognize that the topic is assessment. If the topic is the same in the following sentences, we may use the same keyword as a summary word to refer back to the previous sentences. So in this case, we can say this assessment. Here is an example where an author did not use a summary word in the original sentence. The literature lacks prospective studies with high-quality evidence from large groups of patients. This has made it challenging to achieve progress in the management of these patients. It is not immediately clear what this refers to. In order to improve readability, a summary word, deficiency, was added later. Let's take a look at the next example. In recent years, the number of students applying to PhD programs has increased steadily, while the number of places available has remained constant. This is a case where the summary word needs to refer to the whole message expressed in the previous sentence. An appropriate summary word in this case could be situation. Here is another example. The increase in the number of children diagnosed with ADHD has been striking. It has quadrupled from 1990 to 1998, from 1 million to nearly 5 million. This has been accompanied by a significant increase in stimulant use in children with ADHD amounting to as much as 48%. The key idea that needs to be connected relates to the increase in the number of children diagnosed with ADHD. So it is possible to choose growth as the summary word, but sometimes a summary word may be expanded into a phrase to add more clarity. In this case, the author used dramatic growth to highlight the idea that the increase has been striking. Let's take a look at one more example. According to a recent survey, 26% of all American adults now smoke, down from 38% 30 years ago. This can be partly attributed to the mounting evidence linking smoking and fatal diseases such as cancer. The key idea in the first sentence is that the number of smokers have gone down from 38% to 26%. It is certainly possible to add a summary word like decrease to improve readability. But if the author wants to go further and reflect his or her opinion that it is very encouraging that the number of smokers is going down, an interpretive word such as improvement can be effective. As can be seen here, selecting interpretive words and strategically utilizing their inherent positive or negative connotations is a great way to elucidate the author's attitude towards his or her claim. So far, we have examined how to connect sentences effectively by using demonstrative pronouns such as it or this, as well as through the strategy of this plus summary word or interpretive word. Now I will show you how to achieve cohesion considering information structure and flow. Here are a couple of sentences and we are going to try to pair them appropriately. Sentence 1 states, firefighting is one of the most dangerous occupations. Do you think sentence 1 should be followed by sentence 3? However, it is also one of the most rewarding. Or sentence 4, another, interesting enough, is farming. Similarly, sentence 2 states, One of the most dangerous occupations is firefighting. Do you think it should be followed by sentence 3 or sentence 4? According to the end placement principle we discussed earlier, in sentence 1, most dangerous is emphasized, so it should be followed by sentence 3, which has logically matching information, most rewarding. On the contrary, in sentence 2, firefighting is emphasized, so it should be followed by sentence 4 to create a nice parallel structure with farming. Through this exercise, we notice that sentence 1 and sentence 2 emphasize different information, and that emphasis helps to determine the structure and the logical flow of the sentences that follow. Let's compare another pair of sentences. Example 1 states, John Baker received a master's degree in computer science from X and is now working at the Institute of Computer Technology. He is currently working on information systems as a researcher at the Institute. And example 2 states, John Baker received a master's degree in computer science from X and is now working at the Institute of Computer Technology. So actually, the first sentence of example 1 and example 2 is the same. But unlike example 1, the prepositional phrase, as a researcher at the institute, is stated first, and then the main clause, he is currently working on information systems, follows. Which of those two examples do you think sounds better? If we analyze these two sentences according to information structure, working at the Institute of Computer Technology is stressed in the first sentence, and in the second sentence, a similar expression is placed at the end of the sentence, being stressed again. In other words, the same information is stressed twice. In sentence 2, the first part is the same, and working at the Institute of Computer Technology is stressed. However, this time, when similar information is repeated, it is placed at the beginning of the next sentence right after the stressed information. This sentence pattern is important because it forces the new information to be placed at the end of the sentence, which causes the new information to be stressed. Now we'll see what happens when there is a conflict between two principles. Let's compare two examples. Sentence number 1, we went to see a movie. Steven Spielberg directed the movie. He has made a lot of popular movies such as E.T., Jaws, Indiana Jones, and Schindler's List. Sentence number 2, we went to see a movie. The movie was directed by Steven Spielberg. He has made a lot of popular movies such as E.T., Jaws, Indiana Jones, and Schindler's List. Which sentence do you think flows better? In general, style guides encourage writers to use active voice more than passive voice. And we now know about the given before new principle as well. So when we look at sentence number 1, all sentences use active voice, but the given before new principle is not followed. In sentence number 2, passive voice is used in one sentence, but the given before new principle is clearly followed. When there is a conflict between principles, preserving information structure receives priority. So sentence number 2 appears to have better flow. Next, I'm going to turn to ways to add emphasis. Although there are many ways to do so, I will introduce 3 tips today. The first tip is to use an isolation strategy. Let's compare these two examples. Sentence number 1, John has always loved children. Pediatrics, therefore, was a logical specialty choice for him. Sentence number 2, John has always loved children. Therefore, pediatrics was a logical specialty choice for him. When a transitional expression such as however or therefore appears between a subject and a verb, the subject automatically receives more emphasis by being isolated from the rest of the sentence. So, pediatrics in sentence number 1 gets more attention. Let's take a look at the next example. To become a board-certified physician, one must complete a medical degree and thereafter follow it up with a residency program. The path to becoming a physician, however, begins with earning a bachelor's degree from an accredited university or college. In this example, the emphasis is placed on the phrase, the path to becoming a physician. And when we take a look at sentence number 4, it reads, in regard to heroes, John says there are 2 kinds. In this case, heroes is clearly isolated and receives more emphasis. Let's look at one more example. Sentence number 1, the patient slept peacefully during the first post-operative day. Sentence number 2, during the first post-operative day, the patient slept peacefully. The prepositional phrase during the first post-operative day can be considered as an introductory phrase, and when it is isolated from the rest of the sentence by a comma, it delays the appearance of the subject and draws readers' attention to the subject. That's why sentence number 2 is considered more effective. In addition to ways of creating emphasis within or when connecting sentences, there are also ways to create a hierarchy of emphasis. In these examples, the same ideas are conveyed using different sentence structures. We can choose one sentence over the others depending on the writer's intended degree of emphasis. All these examples express 2 ideas. The first is that the children were excited, and the second is that the children could not contain themselves. Let's say an author wants to emphasize that the children were excited. Now I'm going to ask you how you would place these options in order from the strongest to the weakest expression of the idea that the children were excited. Number 1, the idea is expressed in a subordinate clause. Number 2, this is a simple sentence. Number 3, the idea is expressed in a participial phrase. Number 4, this is a compound sentence. And number 5, the idea is expressed in a prepositional phrase. The strongest expression of the idea, the children were excited, is sentence number 2 because the information receives the strongest emphasis when it is included in a full sentence with no other information. The information receives the next strongest emphasis when it is presented in a compound sentence, where 2 ideas are presented in one sentence. The information obviously receives less emphasis in a compound sentence because the reader has to process 2 ideas instead of only 1. The information receives the third strongest emphasis when it appears in a subordinate clause of a complex sentence. In English, a subordinate clause is a dependent clause, so it receives less emphasis than the main clause. The information receives the fourth strongest emphasis in a participial phrase. Being excited is a participial phrase and it originates from a verb, which plays a crucial role in making writing become more vivid. The information receives the weakest emphasis in a prepositional phrase, like in sentence 5. As can be seen in these examples, the writer can control the degree of emphasis by employing different sentence structures in a given context. Next, we'll move on to politeness strategies. Most reviewers have only good intentions to try to help authors improve the quality of their papers. Despite this, some authors get offended by reviewer comments. When we Google worst peer review comments, we get tons of search results. This particular site is a popular one where people upload various comments they have received or heard. Let me show you two humorous examples. This paper is desperate. Please reject it completely and then block the author's email ID so they can't use the online system in the future. The second one is, the explanation is interesting and worth stating, but I did not need to read the paper to get the point. Although most reviewers try to be polite by not giving such blunt comments, editors may occasionally encounter some offensive comments from the reviewers and wonder how to handle them. As a suggestion, here's a guide for such cases. There is a section on this journal's website called How We Edit Your Review. And it states, before sharing them with authors, our editors often edit your reviews to focus on the key issues, to reduce redundancy and enhance clarity, to resolve conflicting statements between the reviewers, and to promote a constructive tone. Please do not be offended if we edit or condense your comments. We are easing the burden and improving the understanding for the authors. By clearly stating the editorial policy accordingly, I think journal editors might be able to avoid misunderstandings or any hard feelings by reviewers. Here are 4 specific tips that I'll discuss today. Avoid second-person pronoun, use conditionals, use good news and bad news together, and use hedging. First, the second-person pronoun should be avoided. As a general rule, the second-person pronoun you should be avoided in academic writing. Similarly, since you is a command form in English, it is preferable for reviewers not to address the author directly using you. If reviewers continue to use you to refer to the author for each item requiring revision, the author may feel scolded. Using third-person terms instead, such as this paper, the manuscript, the author, helps make the comments sound more objective and less personal. Next, using conditionals can soften criticism. For example, a reviewer might say, you need to include more recent literature to support your views. Or, the discussion would have been somewhat more relevant if the paper had included more recent literature to support his views. The first example may sound too direct and imply that the reviewer's comments are absolutely correct, which might generate a hostile reaction from the author. However, when conditionals are used, the criticism becomes softer and tends to convey much lighter dissatisfaction. The third tip is to use good news and bad news together. Giving and receiving criticism is difficult for both reviewers and authors. Instead of only offering criticism, including both good news and bad news together in a sentence could mitigate the negative impact of criticism, and the author might be more inclined to have room to accept the criticism with a positive attitude. When good news and bad news are presented together, a reviewer needs to choose whether to offer the good news or the bad news first, and this choice should be based on the reviewer's intent and the principles of information structure. Let's take a look at examples. Example 1. This study is an important contribution to X, but some points need attention. And example 2, some points need attention, but this study is an important contribution to X. Based on the end placement principle, in example 1, some points need attention, which has a negative aspect, receives more attention, whereas in example 2, This study is an important contribution to X, has a positive aspect, and receives more attention. Understanding this principle regarding where to put good news and bad news to achieve the intended effect also shapes the possible types of messages that can follow in the subsequent sentence. If a reviewer plans to add more specific criticisms, it would be preferable to use example 1, which ends with bad news. And it could build a more effective connection to the specific criticism that follow. The last tip is to use hedging. In academic settings, it is often considered professional for authors and reviewers to avoid making categorical statements or claims and to take a prudent and cautious approach, which is known as hedging. Various hedging devices can be used to indicate degrees of uncertainty, and they are often used as politeness strategies. Some examples of these hedging devices are seem, tend, appear to be, or would, should, or frequently adverbs such as often, sometimes, or that clauses, like it could be the case that, it might be the possible to obtain that. In this article, the author could have started the sentence with, "This is the first Germany-wide survey among," etc., and there would be no grammatical error. The author, however, added the hedging expression "to our knowledge" to show prudence because he or she might have missed the study. Also, instead of stating that the survey results helped to inform, the author added a hedging word "may" to show caution and avoid being seen as arrogant. We can often find hedging expressions in the conclusion section of an abstract as well. Here are some examples of the verb may in an article. Here are some examples of the use of likely in an article. Using hedging words in reviewer comments also increases politeness. Here are some suggestions for using hedging expressions to soften common reviewer comments. One common categorical comment: "The topic of the manuscript is inappropriate for the scope of this journal," can be revised as "seems somewhat inappropriate," or "may not be entirely appropriate," or "may not align well with the scope of this journal." Here is another common blunt comment: "The author is mistaken about some points." This can be revised as "the author appears to be mistaken." It could be the case that the author is mistaken, or the author might be mistaken about, or perhaps the author might be mistaken about. Another frequently found comment, "there is already considerable research in this area," could be revised as "to the best of my knowledge," or "to our knowledge." There is already considerable research in this area. Here is an exemplar review where we can find many hedging expressions and conditionals. "I found," "I would have appreciated," "I believe the paper could be," "I found myself wondering," "I think it is unlikely," "would take the time," "may be questions," "I suggest," or "comparison should be made," "could be identified," "could provide an overview," "appear," "do not seem to have," "would be associated," "while it appears," "would be." Today, I have introduced some tips on how to write clearly and politely when writing reviewer comments. We have seen that verb choice could reflect the writer's intention effectively, and understanding information structure within a sentence could improve clarity. I have also given you some tips on how to effectively connect sentences, and how to add emphasis, and how to control the hierarchy of emphasis. Politeness can be achieved by avoiding the use of second-person pronoun and by using conditionals and hedging, and also by presenting good news and bad news together. Thank you for your attention.
Ms. Huang has given us very practical advice for politeness, but also for clarity. As a journal editor myself, I found that it was most interesting to hear how she suggests that the journal can communicate with reviewers about how the editor or editorial board may choose to condense or edit their comments, also for clarity and better communication. So we hope this session was helpful for you as editors in your work as well, and also as a reviewer point of view. We're ready for our final break, which will be a 10-minute break. Please stretch and get some fresh air and join us back for our last session, which is lastly but not leastly about journal editorial style and format. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. Welcome back. This is our final session for the workshop for today. Our last topic is about journal editorial styling, style, and format, presented by Professor Sun Ho from Hallym University. Professor Ho is also currently the president of the Korean Council for Science Editors. I think we may all agree that we value journal content more than appearance, but styling and format, we can also recognize that it reflects the level of professionalism of the journal itself. So for our last lecture, let's welcome Dr. Ho.
Thank you, Professor Kim, for your introducing me to audience. Purpose of today's lecture is to explain journal style and format. Specifically, follows will be presented. First, to explain the definition of style and format, to explain general format of the structure, general format of the journal or structure of the journal, to explain a variety of styles, especially in references, to differentiate the Harvard style and Vancouver style of the references. It is 722-page textbook for style and format. It is the guideline for editors published by the Council of Science Editors. It is a very precise style and format textbook. It is a content. Part 1 is the publishing fundamentals. It contains element of publication and publication policies and basics of copyright. Part 2 is for general style conventions. It is for the technical expression of the text, including punctuation, capitalization, numbers, units, mathematical expressions. Part 3 is for special scientific conventions. It is also for the technical expression to the scientific terminology, including chemical formula, drug, journal, disease names, and astronomy. And journal style and format is under the technical element of publication. It is not possible to introduce all contents of scientific style and format in this hour. Therefore, I would like to introduce journal style or a general structure of journal and the reference styles. What is the definition of the journal format? Format is the organization of information according to preset specifications. Therefore, journal format is the journal's organization by preset specification. For example, we call print version and online version is also the format, and journal level format consists of front matter articles and back matters, and article level format consists of the front page, main text, and back matter. It is the print journals with online contents. Front cover. There are many front. It is all front covers. And yeah, this is the online journal. There is no print version. This is the example of the online version. what is the definition of journal style? Style means a distinctive manner of expression, as in writing or speech. Therefore, journal style means a journal's unique manner of expression. For example, there are reference styles, SI units. Also, there are American English style, British English style. I would like to introduce the journal format. It is the general structure of the journal. It is just a moment. Yes, journal front matter is just a moment. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. Journal format consists of the front matters and articles and back matters. Front matters is consist of cover, masthead, spine, contents, articles, article for front part, main text, and back matters. Back matter consists of the instruction to authors, author checklist, author's agreement, statement of copyright transfer, conflict of interest disclosure, and back covers. It is the structure of the journals. It is a general format. One journal issue consists of the front matters and articles and back matters. And front matters consist of the front cover, masthead, book spine, contents. Articles consist of the title page, main text, article back matters. And back matters consist of the information for authors or other journal back matters. In each element of the front covers consist of the ISSN, journal official title, etc. And masthead consists of the AIMGen scope, abbreviated titles, etc. A book spine consists of the journal title, year, volume, is, etc. And content is publication type, consists of the publication type, page, etc. Title page, it consists of the bibliography info, DOI, etc. And main text include the introduction, methods, result, and discussions. Article back matter consists of the COI, funding, references. Information for authors consists of manuscript preparation, publication ethics, etc. And other journal back matters consist of the copyright, transfer, and checklist. Therefore, you should understand each of these items. At first, journal front matter, it consists of the front cover at first, and there are PISN, EISSN, official title, homepage URL address, and publishers. This is an example. It is a journal, Precision and Future Medicine. There are PISN, EISN here, and this is a volume, number, and month and year of publication. This is a URL address, and this is a publisher. Masthead. There are many items in masthead, PISN, EISN, EISSN, journal title, AIMGen scope, official abbreviated title, year of launching, frequency, circulation number of journal, if it is print copies, availability of full text in the web, database indexed, any funding support, subscription information, copyright statement, license, publisher name, printing company, contact address, and permanence of paper in case of the print version, and editorial board also. This is an example of masthead. All of the items which I mentioned in previous slide can be found in this page. This is also an editorial board. Book spine is the for only a print version. It contains a journal title, year, month, volume, each page, and publisher. Table of contents consists of the PISSN, EISSN, journal title, subheading for publication type, like editorial, opinion, review, original article, and page number, and article title, and copyright statement. It is an example of table of content. This is a volume, number, month, and year, and it's a publication type and journal title, and this is a page, and this is a name of publisher. Articles are main part of the journal, and in the article, at first you can see title page. Title page should provide the following items: bibliography information, DOI, title, author affiliation, and abstract keyword, date of submission, resubmission, and publication, or received, revised, and accepted, or received, accepted, and published online. You can choose one of them. There should be a corresponding author's contact information and copyright statement, PISSN, EISSN. No. Other note is possible for present address or presentation place and date. This example of title page of the article. This is the article title, and all of the items which I presented in previous slide can be found in this title page. Main text should provide introduction, methods, result, discussion, tables, and figures. This is example of main text, and you can see figures. Article back matter consists of follows, such as ORCID, Open Researchers and Contributor IDs, and author taxonomy. It means the role of authors for this article. And next, conflict of interest, funding information, acknowledgement, and references, appendices, additional supplementary materials such as raw data, audio or video materials, etc. It is an example of article back matter. There are conflict of interest, acknowledgement, ORCID, author information, reference can be seen. After the article, there are journal back matters. At first, there are information for authors. It includes general information, research and publication ethics, manuscript preparation, manuscript submission, article processing charge, peer review and publication process, copyright, open access policy, and open data policy, and contact information. This is an example of information for authors. In this example, we can see the most of the items which I presented in previous slides. There are other journal back matters like this: author checklist, author's agreement of originality, and statement of copyright transfer, conflict of interest disclosure, and back cover. You call it all the back matter. So this is an example of author checklist. Yeah, checklist for authors. Before submitting the manuscript, author should check all of this if it is a fit to aim, gen, scope, or style of the journal. I repeated this slide again. Therefore, it is the same slide which I presented in previously. And one journal issue consists of the front matters, articles, and back matters. And front matters consist of those 4 elements: An article consists of 3 elements, and back method consists of 2 elements. And there are items of each element like this. Next, I'd like to explain journal style. It is there are style like this, and how to describe the text in this journal style. We use AML style, APA style, and CSV style. It is a very large volume of the content. Therefore, if any journal select this style or this style, the author should understand or editor should understand those styles. Usually the common style is American Medical Association styles and American Psychological Association styles and Council of Science editor styles. I would like to introduce only reference styles out of many styles. There are 3 systems. First, author-date system is a traditional system, and numeral system, and footnote system. Footnote system is for humanity journals, and author-date system and numeral system is for the science journals or social science journals. Author-date system is a very traditional system which were used by many journals in science field, and nowadays there are increasing number of journals which adopt the numeral system. What is the author-date system? We call it Harvard system also. At the end of the page, the bibliography is arranged in alphabetical order of the authors, and in the text, the author and the year of the cited source is written, so that the necessary sources of literature can be found in the list. The example of author-date system is APA style or MLS style, or Chicago style also use author-date system. For example, it's an APA style. At first, we write the authors and then year, then title of the article, and journal title, and volume, and this is the page. This is a DOI. It is a format in the reference, and in-text citation is like that. There was an example of ABEL standard setting method, and author's name and year. It is very popular styles. Numeral system is, we call it Vancouver style, or is a method commonly used in the field of applied science and medicine that numbers of the bodies referenced to match the number of references in the text with the number of references. The number is in parentheses or in the superscript. The examples are AML style, ACS style, IEEE style, or NLM style. This is an example of AMA style. There should be a number of reference and author names and article title and then journal title, year, volume, and page. After that, there is a DOI. In-text citation is like that. Like that. There was an example of ABEL standard setting method and number 1. It's a superscript. It is IEEE style. It's usually used in the engineering journals. Number of reference, author, and title, article title, journal title, volume, page, month, year, and DOI. In the text, we write as this. There was an example of ABEL standard setting method and number 1. This is a NLM style. NLM is a National Library Medicine of the United States. There should be a number here, and author's name, article title, journal title, year, volume, page, DOI, and also it is another information, EPOB, PMID, PMCID. It is added because it is a National Library Medicine style. In text citation is there was an example ABEL standard setting method and number. Footnote system. While it is widely used in humanities and art fields such as history, philosophy, religion, and theology, in most cases, it is not necessary to make a separate list of reference by numbering the text with a superscript and then revealing the source of the quotations at the bottom of the page. An example is the MLA style. There is a number of the reference and author name and article title name, article title and journal title, year, volume, year, page, and DOI. Example of in-text citation is there was an example of ABEL standard setting method. Author and number is the in-text citation example. There are advantages and disadvantages of each style. And in the author date style, author date system, there are some advantages. If a person and year are familiar in a field, one can figure out what the reference is without having to check the reference literature. Second, when a single reference is published several times, it is easy for the reader to remember the author's name. Third, there is no need to modify the list of references even if the order of references in the text changes. Fourth, it is easy to use with footnotes. The numbering of references in the text, as in Vancouver style, can cause confusion with footnotes. Author date system has some disadvantages. First, it occupies space in text. Second, if the author is not a person, it is not easy to mark. For example, data published by the Health Promotion Association and the Ministry of Health and Welfare would be a very long text in parentheses. It is more difficult to indicate the references without authors. Third, if one of the cite documents is deleted when writing the manuscript, it should be checked to see if the cited literature remains elsewhere. Fourth, the general reader may not be familiar with what parentheses means. Fifth, parentheses block the flow of reading. There are advantages of the numeric system. It reduces the space by using Arabic numerals for reference in the text. Marking is convenient when the author is not a person or when the author is absent. Third, it is convenient when quoting several works written by one author in the same year. Fourth, the Arabic numerals for the reference in the text do not impede readability. There is a disadvantage of numeral system. If order of reference is changed in the text when writing a manuscript, it should also be corrected in the list of references. Conclusion. why is the style and format essential to journal editing? Because the format determines the quality. A journal with good formatting is not always high quality. However, a high quality journal is published with good formatting. There are no high quality journals with poor formatting. Therefore, authors and editors should maintain a consistent style and format of the journal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hall. For those of us who may have had some confusion or vague understanding about masthead, front matter, back matter, I think it was very clearly explained in the lecture and presentation. Thank you. One question that we have is about the final point of referencing. What advice would you give for journals on maximizing or utilizing reference style software?
Yes, it's very convenient for editors and also to use a reference measurement program such as EndNote or ReferSite or the Mendeley. Usually those programs are not free, therefore you should buy the program. And also, to adapt those programs for the journal, there should be a specific format for the journal. For example, EndNote provides more than 2,000 journals format in the program. However, many journals from Korea or Asian regions are not listed in such kind of list of journals in the EndNote. It is possible to provide EndNote style format for each journals. Therefore, if any journal editors of the science journals in Korea, it is possible for Korean Council of Science editors to make those kind of EndNote format for each journal. If any editors want to make such kind of format for EndNote, they can ask Korean Council of Science editors. We can make it. It is not a difficult one. Therefore, it will be very convenient for editors and authors to use such kind of program.
That's very good information for all of us, I think, and perhaps like a gift for all of us who have stayed until the very end of the workshop. So again, to repeat, if your journal wants to have a template for reference style that will be really convenient for submissions, you can contact KCSE. Thank you, Professor Ho.
Okay, thank you.
This brings us to the end of our workshop today, and we do hope that it was helpful for you. KOFST is at the front line of seeking scientific and technology innovations, and this workshop is just one of their initiatives to build up the competency and capabilities of science journal editors at large. Please be on the lookout for further workshops next year as well. And as a last note of housekeeping, remember to capture your attendance information and send it to your journal editors as proof of attendance. And also, as it was mentioned in the chat box earlier, we do not share PDFs at this workshop at the moment, but there are some limited copies of the full presentations, print copies, if you are available to come by the KOFST office. They are first come, first served basis, so just please remember that. Again, thank you for your participation for this full-day workshop. Thank you, and goodbye.